Let's get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG!
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Knights of Last Call. My name is Derek Melinda, and we are back at it Saturday night. And why, you ask? Is it because I'm a consummate professional who takes this job very seriously? No, it's because I'm a bored nerd with nothing else to do, just like you. Also, I'm pretty fucking hype about this game. So, welcome, everybody. Dagger Week / Dagger Month concludes with a final stream here at the end of the month. Needless to say, the support and the outpouring of support for this game has been tremendous, and it's been really, really cool and awesome to see. And while I am really looking forward next week to going and doing, or I should say next month, getting back to some of our first looks and looking at other indie games and smaller, publishers, and maybe looking at some other things, I certainly feel like this game is making an impact. And here's where I'm going to get not a little soapboxy, but a little. Well, all right. Again, I'll just try to put things in context. One thing that I struggle with, especially given the small size of our channel, is I roll my eyes when anybody might say that I'm an influencer. I'm a content creator, but really, and I've said this many times, my patrons know this. These are the conversations that I've been having my whole life. I've been having them with my friends my whole life. Well, my close friends, they're busy. They got kids and husbands and wives, and so I don't have that. I don't have that group to talk with anymore. And so that's where you all become such a important part of my sanity, is we get to hang out and talk about RPGs. And a lot of you are here for a lot of our streams, and some of you are only here occasionally. But as a group, it's a very beneficial thing for me. I hope you benefit from the relationship, but I know I do. Certainly, it's I don't want to get like parasocial about it, but one thing that I have certainly noticed over the last, say, 2 weeks, is that we have gotten a lot of traffic. We've gotten a lot of new visitors, and last time we were doing this, the creator of the game stopped by and said, "Hey, I'm a fan of your show. I watched your stuff." I take that to mean not all of our stuff, but that was still one of those moments where it's like, okay, this game, Daggerheart, obviously has some serious backers and some major clout in the industry vis-a-vis Critical Role, vis-a-vis Matt Mercer and Darrington Press, but it sort of is in its infancy, and it's sort of like an indie game in that respect. So what does that mean? Well, it means, and the thing that really kind of highlighted to me was there was a Reddit post that someone made, but someone who's not affiliated with the channel, not a patron or anything like that, maybe someone who's just a fan, and they were saying, "Hey, Derek, there's this guy Derek, he's Night's Last Call. He did a really long view of Daggerheart. Looks like he's going to do a couple more streams," which ended up being like 25 hours of streams, and but hey, he really likes this game, and he's kind of a cynic, and kind of a shit, stirrer, pot stirrer. But he really liked the game. And, people were saying how at the end of that very first stream, I signed off by saying, well, I like the game. It's got a lot of elements going for it that I think are really cool, but I worry about its potential future simply because I like the game. And I recognize that what I like is not necessarily always what is most marketable. And it is undoubtedly that this game occupies a, dare I say, shadowy ground, right? A duality paradox where it doesn't live in the world of the hyper rules light, anything goes, and it doesn't live in the world of the super crunch and everything is decided for you. So that's sort of a weird place. But someone in the Reddit post said, quoting, the name of our stream title, which was, they said, a game changer or heartbreaker, only we can decide. And they weren't really talking to me. They were talking to like the community of the r/Daggerheart community. And I thought that was really cool. Not that they, stole, not that they used my thumbnail, title, but this idea that we might actually have enough. This game is small enough, but big enough, and we're small enough, but big enough that it's possible that our support and appreciation for this game might actually be able to move the needle a little bit. So that's kind of where I was going for this. Now, I said this was soapboxy, and I said this was kind of a hot take. So I'm going to get to it, and I don't want to bother anybody. I'm sorry if you came here and you thought I was cool, and you're like, wow, I don't understand the hate that this Derek guy gets. He seems like a great guy. So the reason I prefaced all of that is to lead into what the only person who's a bigger pot stirrer than me kind of has alluded here to, which is the self-confessed cynic, who is, by the way, a self-confessed cynic, which is, I heard you loved Age of Umbra. Okay. I am not the target audience for Critical Role. And the reason I gave that whole preface is to say, I don't think, now, I only watched, I'd say, half of the Age of Umbra episode 1. I missed the first 20 or 30 minutes or so because we had just finished streaming, or maybe like the first hour because we had just finished streaming. And then I watched as the party sort of got their quest and they talked in character a bunch. And then they took a break and they came back and they entered into the whatever it was, the temple type place, and they got into the combat and yada yada yada. And I thought Critical Role sort of did a disservice to the game. In a couple different ways, I don't want to say a variety of ways, but yeah, I think they now again, a lot of people who have much more experience with Critical Role than me were like, oh, that was Critical Role, 101. They were just doing what Critical Role does, which is fine. But it seems crazy to me. So, Ben, everyone here from the Discord knows Ben. Ben has a great saying, which I completely agree with, which is that, system is setting. And, I'm a believer that system matters. And to me and to what people were saying that are much more knowledgeable than me. So to be clear, I'm sort of acknowledging the fact that I am not a Critical Role expert. That it felt like they were playing, they could have been playing D&D 5e, and it doesn't really matter what they're playing because they're just going to Critical Role it. And that's cool. I mean, that's fine. And that's awesome for them. I'm, glad that that's the way that they play their game, and they obviously enjoy it. And it's obviously been extremely successful for them. And far be it from me to tell anybody about success, because I, am the number one loser. But if you are making this under the idea that you want to get people on board with your game and you want to get people engaged with your game, then I feel like they missed the mark. And not just in the way that they did or didn't interact with the rules, but in the structure and the nature of the way that the adventure was presented, that the interactions occurred, that the GMing occurs, that the combat played out. And I think, at least I believe, that one of the reasons why Critical Role sort of played D&D 5e the way that they did play D&D 5e is because fundamentally D&D 5e is not a narrative forward game. D&D 5e has its roots in the sort of deeply sort of simulationist and dare I say gamist concepts of D&D. It's fundamentally a game about crawling through dungeons and lots of rules for torches and defining secret traps and all this other stuff. And, if you have people who are like, I want to tell compelling epic story tales or fairy tales. Okay, well, that game system, I get why you might ignore that game system. I get why that game system might be more of a hurdle for you than something that helps you, because you should never view the rules as something that is a hindrance to your style of play. And I see a lot of advice online, even in rule books, which I think is well-meaning, but I think is kind of flawed, where they say, nothing in this rule book supersedes, what your judgment as a player, as a table, as a group, which is true. But if you're playing a game system and you find yourself throwing out or ignoring most of the rules, what are we even doing here? Like, the whole point is that the game system should be, you chose that game system because you want what that does to flavor the experience, right? System is setting, and you expect, or dare I say demand, that the game system does some of the heavy lifting out of the experience that you want. Perhaps one of the reasons that so many people are frustrated with 5e D&D that I've heard of on the internet, I'm not going to say I know, is that they go into D&D and they're expecting this really super narrative forward game, and then they find that this game system doesn't support that. And hey, lo and behold, I have to make all this shit up. Or maybe they go to 5e expecting a really gritty, tactical, strategic, combative sport type game, and they find that the game doesn't support that either, so they have to make all this stuff up. And I could get why that's frustrating, because you expect for the game to do some of that heavy lifting for you. Sure, why not? I'm only a human. My players are only human. I'm the GM. I'm only human. I can only do so much. Let the game system sort of ease the load. So the whole idea of a game system like PBTA-inspired systems, or Daggerheart, which is very clearly PBTA inspired, is to allow for the game system to sort of offload some of that decision-making, to offload some of that burden onto the game system. Now, it may well be that Critical Role, in both their skill as well as their knowledge, Matt Mercer is an incredible GM in every sense of the word. He's a nerd. He loves minis. He knows the rules. He's great with his emoting. He's great at setting a tone. He's great at picking things out for characters. He's a great GM. However, Matt Mercer, well, not everyone's Matt Mercer. So Matt Mercer might not need the game setting system to do a lot of work to get to the results that he wants. That's great for Matt Mercer. But if you're trying to show off your game system, it feels kind of silly to sort of, I don't know, ignore it and not interact with it, or not follow up or follow the precepts and advice and core ethos that the game system itself espoused. Now, that's rant number one. Rant number one is that, and we could get into more detail about it. I'm happy to do it. But, I'm saying this from a place of someone who has probably put more Daggerheart content out than the people who make Daggerheart. I'm joking. Obviously, they put a lot of work into that. But, we said at the end of our first system, or end of our first stream, that at the end of the day, Critical Role is going to make or break this system. There can be no doubts of that. If Critical Role embraces this system and people see its strengths and, come to believe that, what it can do is something that they want for their game, then that'll succeed. And of course, part of that is, one, they have to embrace the game, and the game has to be, what they play probably for their primary season 4 campaign. I still believe that. But the other thing is, too, they got to play the damn game. So rant number one, that's rant number one. Now, Vince says, I feel like the uninitiated will need some examples of what you mean, and happy to get into that. Remind me if I don't get back to it. I just want to very quickly, though, add in a second rant, which I feel somewhat entitled to make, because I have, you get 2 rants for free, Jake. You get 2 rants for free. We do have, by the way, 2 goals. Not that it really matters. It's Saturday night, but so these are the fun stream. But we do have a super chat goal, just showing your support and love for the I don't know, at this point 50 hours of Daggerheart content. But the second is a tip goal, which is the reveal of an idea that I'm floating. It's a crazy idea, and I had no intention of talking about it, but we could talk about it if we get that goal. So second rant, which I feel a little bit more entitled to do. And again, I'm not a Critical Role super fan, a critter, one might say. But I have run a actual play for YouTube in a professional manner. I mean, I'm probably one of the small handful of actual play YouTubers in existence. And I'm in a very rarefied group here that includes people like Dimension 20 and Critical Role, who actually had a custom built in-person studio for the express purpose of playing in person and doing actual plays. Now, like everyone else that isn't Dimension 20, Critical Role, or Legends of Evantris, we made no money for that and it was a loser. But I still believe that fundamentally I have a lot more experience in this than most people do. And that is to say, I had pretty high expectations and standards for my players. And my players were lucky if they were making $50 a game. Now, in the grand scheme of things, think about that. Hey, you get to go and play a game for a couple hours with your friends, or at least most of your friends, in a cool setting with people cheering you on and people showing their support for your game. Also, you're just playing an RPG, and I'm going to pay you $50 for that. And maybe maybe we get some extra tips if we do really well. Most people would be like, sign me the fuck up. I get to be paid like $17 an hour or something, or $16 an hour to play RPGs, right? Cool. But despite that relatively low, salary, I was pretty, I would say, demanding of my group of players. And, to the point where I would sometimes, offline, be pretty firm with them and ask them to be more professional, especially if they didn't know the rules of the game. And while it's not like a sin to forget a rule every once in a while, you're here not just to entertain people, but you're also here to educate people about this system and how it works, and to see the inner workings of it. As much as they might be signing up for the show, I think that they're signing up for knowledge about the game system. Now, that may not be true for Critical Role's past campaigns, which were 5e, but this is different. This is a new system. And that
Jacob Online
means that they have a responsibility.
Secrets are my favorite.
Jake, thank you, Jacob Online, for the $10. Oh, we're 10% of the way there to the crazy idea and the secrets. Thank you, Jake. That's really very awesome of you. Well, maybe we'll get there, Jake. So I was a little disappointed at how much those professional gamers, who I imagine make a lot more than $50 a session, didn't know the rules. And again, I get that I'm not used to that style of thing, and I get that not everybody. And to be clear, when people are signing up to watch the campaigns, maybe they don't normally care about the system at all. They're just there to entertain. They're not there to educate, as Dr. Waite says. But this is different. This is your new system that you are trying to be the brand ambassador for. And I just feel like, I don't know. I just feel like the standard should be higher. I'm trying to imagine a world in which I made an RPG, or at least I was very involved with it. Okay. Avison, it's my understanding that none of them were involved with it except for Mercer, who wrote The Age of Umbra and was probably only, tacitly aware of what's going on. But if I made a system by myself, and I said, guys, we're going to play this. It's my system. It's being produced by our company. It's got the Knights of Last Call logo on it. And we really need to sell it. And we want, we're going to be going up against the 10 trillion pound gorilla in the room. And we need to convince people that they need to pick up our $69.99 box set or whatever it is to give it a go and to play it and to hopefully engage with it and keep playing it and switch over from D&D to play. I would, if Bob and, and the rest of the crew showed up and they didn't know like how the game, if they barely knew how the game worked, I would be, just not only disappointed, I would be really mad. You know, I'd be like, guys, this is what I'm paying you $50, and I'm sure these people make a lot more than $50. You know, I don't know. They probably get paid thousands of dollars a session or something crazy like that. I imagine. I don't know, each. It's just crazy to me that, and people, I guess, are okay with it. But for me, you know, and the reason why I sort of fall back to it is because for right, for wrong, or indifferent, I have, you know, obviously really clicked with this game to a certain extent. You know, if you hate this game, I apologize for all the content that we've been spewing into your feed. But, you know, I like what I like. I talk about it. It's the end of the story. We're not a Daggerheart channel now, but, you know, it was brand new and we were talking about it and I was excited. So sue me. But I feel like a certain amount of, you know, responsibility. I want this game to do well, not just because I think it's cool, but because I think that the game has a lot of potential to, you know, change up the mindset of maybe the way that people play these games and maybe expose PBTA agendas and principles and ideas and concepts and narrative forward type games, fiction first gaming, to a wider audience. And so I feel, you know, again, as an influencer, which is a fucking lame thing, but I'm a nobody burger, and I feel a certain amount of responsibility for that. So it was kind of like, what the hell, man? When I was like watching them play, and I felt like are people watching this and going, man, Daggerheart's sweet, I can't wait to pick it up? I don't know. I you know, I don't know. So that was my sort of second hot take. Now, you know, it was late. We had streamed a lot. I am going to go back and I'm going to watch the rest of the episode, just to make sure, you know, that my knowledge is complete. But you know, yeah. What's up, Jackal? Jake says, I don't know how long you can use we're actors, we're not RPG players, when you're the most popular and successful RPG players in the world for years running. Yeah. So, you know, I don't know. All right. So, I don't want to get too into the weeds on this point. But I do see there's a lot of chats. So for starters, welcome everyone. Hi. Hello, Derek Melinda. Glad to have you here. Yeah, I would say welcome to Saturdays. If you have a question, please put it in chat. There's a lot of chat going on. So if you put it in a super chat or a tip of a couple bucks, we'll definitely try to get to it, because this is a Q&A. So obviously the last couple of streams have been mostly me, you know, reacting and reading to the book, explaining mechanics, giving my thoughts. What do I like? What do I not like? Mostly what I like. Obviously, there's a couple things here and there that I don't like, or I'm like, ooh, how would I change that? I would say, how do I improve that? But it's more of how would I change it, you know? But yeah, so this is a chance for us to kind of talk. Dr. Steve.
$25. Your attack against the potential crazy idea hits. How do we want to do this?
Well, Dr. Steve, if I got my critical role correct, you would not say that until it was dead, right? That's exactly. Dr. Steve, thank you very much. Again, I'm almost nervous. I almost don't want this, you know, for this thing to succeed, because it's a scary idea. But well, how do you want to do this? Yeah, I would say that. Well, it depends if. Did you roll with hope or fear? You got to get used to telling me, Dr. Steve. Did you hit with hope, or did you hit with fear, or was it a critical hit? Daniel says they need to learn the rules is such a boomer trad RPG perspective. Their audience wouldn't relate to a table of rules savvy neckbeards. Daniel, I agree. I definitely fall into the boomer trad RPG, I suppose, but it's more that the point here is this isn't me complaining about them not using the rules. Actually, if I could be completely honest, my bigger problem is it was kind of Matt, actually, kind of, you know. So let's So let me just give you an example, okay? Not to make a big deal about all this. So this is Daggerheart. So we'll start here with one of the core GM mechanics, okay? Which is calling for action rolls, all right? And one of the most important things that you want to do, I think, in any game, but especially in a fiction-forced narrative game, especially in a fiction-first narrative game that will often allow you to spend resources before a roll in order to determine your success, okay? And one of the things here is it says, after a player describes a move they want to make during the game. Now, I know I'm going to sound like I'm being very pedantic here, but I cannot stress enough that this is exactly the point, okay? After a player describes a move they want to make during the game, you might decide an action roll is necessary to determine how the scene progresses, okay? Use this guide to determine what to present to the player, choosing whichever option best fits the situation. So the first is, let the PC guarantee success in exchange for a consequence. Sometimes it's more interesting to, have them make a choice. I will give you success in exchange for some sort of cost or consequence, which is great. You can skip the roll. And I can't think of anything clear here, that may or may not have happened, but that's okay. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to do this. However, the other two things which are really important here is establishing stakes and making clear any guaranteed consequences. One of the most important things that you need to do, and I think that you should do in any TTRPG, let alone a fiction first game, is that you should never just say, make a roll. You should never describe something and say, now make a presence roll, without clearly indicating to them what's at stake here. What happens if you fail? What happens if you succeed? All right? What is going to happen if you ignore this move? What is going to happen if you engage with this move? Everyone should know, at least at a fundamental level, what the stakes are for a roll. And I saw numerous instances where Mercer did not do that. Now, to be clear, I think you should do this for any TTRPG, but particularly in a game like this, not only number one, is it explicitly spelled out, but number two, I think it makes this even more important than ever, because this game is about making sure that the players are acting with knowledge and intention and agency. And so one of the clearest things that you need to do is establish the stakes. I would even say telling them the difficulty. Just saying to them very, mysteriously and suspiciously, make a presence roll, when they have no context for what is going on, and they have no idea what success means, and they have no idea what failure means, I think is a gaffe, a goof of epic proportions. But I think it's even worse in this particular type of game. So, I would say faux pas number one of the core game mechanics is understanding how and when and where to use the action rolls. Okay. So, the second is, I don't know if, let me see. I don't remember where it is here. I'm not particularly, I don't know where every single thing is yet in this book yet. Okay, here we go. So there's a whole section here on pitfalls to avoid. Okay. Now, one of them is undermining the heroes. Okay. I don't think Mercer, is bad at this, but again, I'm only basing this off of the 2 hours, that I watched of the show, and I do need to go back and watch all of it. So again, and also I understand it's their first session. I understand I am being, a Monday morning quarterback of an utmost degree. Okay. But just saying. Okay. However, there's two pitfalls that really jump out to me. And again, none of these would matter. Critical Role has built a tremendous brand on their style of playing and their style of gaming and their style of GMing. And Matt Mercer is so successful of a GM that people oftentimes single-handedly blame him for the downfall of GMing, across the entire tabletop industry. Because how could anybody be compared to a burning star so bright? But this should have been about Daggerheart. So, two things here, and we were just discussing this in chat. Always telling the players what to roll. Daggerheart's collaborative approach encourages players to express their characters' personalities through creative problem solvings. In some situations, there might really only be one trait that's appropriate to roll, but in most situations, give the players the freedom to decide how they are going to handle a challenge and what trait they want to use to accomplish this role. And this gets back to the very nature of, fiction-first gaming. I should never, ever, ever say, give me a presence roll. What I should be saying is I describe a situation. The player decides how they're going to approach it and then says, and I want to use this trait in this manner in order to do it. Right? It puts the player in the driver's seat. It requires proactive players. 2, it allows players to advocate for their characters and for themselves. Now, I know what a lot of people are going to say. Well, that person's just going to try to spam their best ability score over and over and over again. Well, to be clear, that's how most people work in the real life. You try to use your best traits whenever you can. That's just the way life goes. But not every trait is going to be useful in every single situation, and that's okay. But part of the fun of a role-playing game is creatively problem solving and thinking of a way that your character's strengths can be leveraged to achieve success in certain circumstances. Okay? So remember, this is the pitfall section of the GM advice, is always telling the players what to roll. And I saw Matt Mercer tell the players what to roll. I mean, they didn't make that many rolls, but I saw Matt Mercer tell the players what to roll, I don't know, many, many times. And really did not engage with them to sort of explain and how are you doing this? Okay, you're pushing it in there. Now, this is just my personal gripe. One of the advice that they give here is this is a pitfall, don't let scenes drag. Scenes should be focused and carry momentum of the story forward. Any role should progress the narrative and build or resolve tension. When the table energy is flagging, or when the players or characters are talking in circles, consider shaking up the scene or resolving it and cutting away to a new one in order to maintain momentum. Always potentially make a relevant GM move to introduce a clock, provide new information, foreshadow a future danger, etc., etc. So, without beating this dead horse here, all those scenes dragged somehow. Jeff, thank you, Jeff, for the $20 on the super chat. Love the whole week of Daggerheart coverage. You've made a new fan. Well, Jeff, thank you. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the Knights. We're glad to have you. Thank you so much for your support. That means a lot, and I appreciate your appreciation. It is definitely well warranted. Even here, as I apparently ruin all the goodwill and karma that I've accumulated because I don't know. I'm talking shit, I guess, on Daggerheart. Well, not Daggerheart, but on Critical Role. So. Yeah. Thanks again, Jeff. Avison says scenes dragging is just how Critical Role operates, though. So I felt like this was not handled well. So now this isn't exactly the same thing. It kind of loops back to the other thing, but it seemed very clear to me that Matt sort of had solutions in mind, and knew what they were going to, knew what he was going to roll, knew what he was going to, call for long before the players ever showed up to the session. So while I don't think he was necessarily had them locked in on a complete railroad, I do think that he had these, sort of what we would call here a singular solution, at least in mind. So that's a lot of pitfalls that this game goes out of its way to sort of expressly, caution you for. And yet I saw them being sort of, resolved or shown again and again and again. And I found that, I was a little disappointed. Yeah, no, I believe, I'm not saying that Mercer has rails. I just think that I was surprised it seemed how passive the players were in deciding, stuff of substance. The players had carte blanche to sort of, possibly, to go off on tangents and monologues and to speak in very pronounced whispers, to use that I'm being serious right now role-playing voice that everyone uses when they really want to show that they're taking something seriously, and we kind of talk in this really diaphragm-heavy whisper voice, so everyone knows that this is my role-playing voice. They had full, they could expostulate all they wanted on that, but the core beats of the game sort of seemed locked in. And I found that to be, a little, I don't know. That's not the way that the game should work. So, cut to the action. All right. So you travel to Old Home. So I mean, this is like erotic fiction to me, right? This is a game telling me, all right. Cut ahead to the action and say something like, all right, so you travel to Old Home. Instead of playing this out and doing long rests, just everybody clear your hit points, stress, and armor slots. We'll pick up on the edge of town after 2 long days on the road. It's only twilight, but you haven't seen anyone in any of the farms. There's no sound coming from the tavern just ahead on your right. What do you do? Right? Like we don't need to sit here and, talk about our feelings. Cut to the chase. Get to the next scene. Let's go. Yeah. So, and I understand. I run a much more briskly paced game than most people, which is fine. I get that people show up to see them. I don't know, talk to each other in character, which is fine. But I just found it was I was like, if I was watching that, I feel like I would not have gotten a good idea of what Daggerheart is capable of, or what Daggerheart is about. I think that because they are the absolute uber mega brand ambassadors for this game, I'm kind of like, hey, don't fuck it up. So correct. Jorge, that's fine. People can role play. I don't have a problem with role play. I don't even have a problem with FBT, which fluffy bullshit time is what we call it. If everybody's on board with it, I like fluffy bullshit time. I tell Bob all the time, Bob, don't just say map attack. Describe it. It doesn't do anything in the mechanics of the game, but come on, add a little spice on it. And again, I understand that I'm not everybody, but to me, the mechanics and the systems, the game, right, is the meal. Role playing, descriptions, talking in character, thinking like your character. That's spice. Not just salt and pepper, but a little cumin, a little rosemary, a little smoked paprika. Okay, a little oregano, thyme, sage, parsley, right? And that stuff's important. Without it, it would be nutritious. It would function as food, but it wouldn't have any flavor, and it would be pretty dull and get boring really quickly. But at the same time, you can't just serve me a bowl full of cumin and paprika and call that a meal, right? So you can have food without spice, but you can't really have spice without food. So that's where I'm kind of like, hey, now, listen, don't play your games like this. I mean, maybe it's good for, 10,000 live stream viewers on Twitch, but Oh, Todd is here. Todd, you're my new favorite. You're my new favorite angry viewer. I'm not even saying that in a bad way, Todd. You just, like, can you imagine poor Ashley having to decide on her own what skill or ability to roll every time? It would grind to a halt. Some players seemed like they had a firmer grasp on the rules than others. Now, Dylan's coming in with the hot, I actually played the motherfucking game hits. Dylan, $10 super chat says, got to run my, didn't have to run. Got to run my first session of Daggerheart today, and I got to say, it was pretty great. Combat felt fluid and satisfying, and a balance of encounter really did feel balanced. I cannot wait for my next session. Dylan, thank you for the super chat, and it's great to know. I obviously have been sort of busy, streaming about the game, but I need to get some games running. I don't know how or where or when or why, but I do. Now, there is a complaint that Dylan actually reminded me here with their very generous super chat about combat. And I have to say something here. This is just sort of a warning where I am going to kind of disagree with the book. And I saw Matt doing this, struggling mightily. And to this, I don't actually give Matt any problems or any criticisms, because number one, I fully understand that this is very different from the way that I'm sure he's run almost all of his games that he's ever run. But number two, I also feel like this book gives some bad advice. And I have run a lot of PBTA games, and I can tell you that it is a problem if you do it this way. Here is the fundamental problem that you will encounter with your game, especially in what I will call a tension-filled scene. That might be a combat. It's probably the most common, but it could be, a collapsing tower or, a chase through the streets, something where time and tension are of the most important efforts. Which is this. The book has, as its recommendation, as the default modus operandi, the way that you're supposed to play the game, is this idea of communal, distributive player spotlight management. And I think that is a terrible idea. Because, and to be clear, just does everybody understand what I mean when I say that? I don't know if I need to go find this in the book or something like that, or go find it in the rules, because I don't actually know exactly where it is. So what I mean by that is the way that the game is set up is that when a player has quote unquote the spotlight, and they take they end up taking an action, the rules of the game state that if the player succeeds with hope or critically hits, that the players, unless the GM spends a fear to steal the spotlight, that the players maintain the power, if you will, of the spotlight, right? I have the conch. I don't know if that was too much of a deep cut, but they have the conch. And the players then decide who gets the spotlight next. And while I think that is fine in an environment where you're maybe there's nothing tension, there's nothing on the line, you're poking around an ancient ruin and you're examining moss encrusted stone bricks and strange carvings etched into the living rock, and there's this wall with a glowing red, right? There's things afoot, but it's not like you're immediately under pressure. And that will naturally lead to the players sort of kind of, I don't know, strategizing a little bit out of character, I am not about to recommend initiative, Avison. Quite the opposite, actually. I think the GM should manage that shit. I think because that is the way that you do it in Powered by the Apocalypse. That is the way that you do it in Dungeon World. That's the way that you do whatever. I think Grim Prism, I think this absolutely creates analysis paralysis, and it also creates war rooms, and it also creates the worst thing, which is polite deference. No, you should go. No, you go. No. I went like 2 times ago. You go, please. You go. No, you know what? You should go. No, how about she goes? I'm not really, I'd be fine going, but you should go instead. It's the worst thing. And it just kills, it just saps momentum out of the game. But more than that, okay, exactly, Phil. The GM is the director, motherfucking direct, okay? And Casey's right. Point to a player. What are you doing? What are you doing? The argument for not just using initiative, RuneForge Tabletop Gaming, is that as the director, I can zoom in and I can control the pace of the game. And I can make it, it's funny, I've heard a lot of, recently we had people talking in Discord about like, one of the things, like someone's like, I hate when we're in combat and people start doing war rooms and out of characters and just all the stuff, blah, 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 blah. And Todd is completely correct, by the way. People do war rooms and analysis paralysis all the time, even with initiative systems. In fact, one of my biggest problems with initiative systems, aside from initiative systems themselves, is the fact that like 99% of initiative systems give you this like completely structured initiative system and then immediately go, and here are all the rules for delaying and readying, okay? And, now you can completely change it to whatever you want. And it's like, okay, well, I'm going to delay till after Todd goes because Todd's going to cast haste. So I'll go after Todd. Todd will cast haste. I'll get the buff from Todd. And then Todd will move over to that person. So then I'll go. And that way I can move to the behind him and I can flank with him. That's like, okay, that's fine in your grid-based tactical combat game. But I want something more feral. I want something more immediate. I want something more, that I can, that feels tense. And one of the ways that you do that is by not giving the players time, because you say something's done, and then you go, you quickly point to somebody and you go, Jedi, it's your turn. Go. What are you doing? All right. I'm like, yeah, the wizard just got crushed by the ogre. He's collapsed down to the ground, right? He's hurt badly. What are you doing, Jedi? And then Jedi's like, And by the way, this is a great opportunity where, and some confessors, yeah, I hate everything about this. Where if a player hesitates, guess what? That's a golden opportunity. And when a player does a golden opportunity, the GM can make as hard of a move as they want, including following through on a perceived threat. And if Jedi Protector's like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm like, okay, Jedi Protector, you're fading back. You're taking a look around. And then as you look, the ogre with a sickening crunch buries the club into the chest of thing. And maybe I even pop a fear point because we're playing with fear in this game. So why not? I'm going to punish you for your hesitation. All right. Because this isn't a tactical game. It's not about trying to make the absolute best decision every single time. I wouldn't say no to a timer, Grim Prism, but I also feel like that's a little draconian, Not that I'm saying it's bad. I'm just saying it's a little draconian. I don't know if I would go that, I'd go to that. Do I worry about missing people or creatures? Nope. I definitely don't worry about missing creatures. Fuck my creatures. My creatures are the, absolute, they're the minus of characters. They're not important. The characters that are important are the players, That's the only thing that matters. So now the other thing is too, I would never play with like 6 players. I wouldn't want to play with 6 players, period. 5 is about the most I would ever play with. And I would honestly prefer, 3 to 4. So, I mean, maybe you're one of those groups that plays with like 8 people, in which case, God help you. But I mean, that's a problem. That's a problem pretty much anyways. So yeah. So, well, good luck, Thad. So for me, it's also about understanding or recognizing that my role as the director is to occasionally highlight PCs in a different way than perhaps other people might be used to. Okay. Well, Avison, I wouldn't play a 1-player Commander game, let alone an 8-player Commander game. So what do I mean by that? Okay. Let me give you an example. We're having a combat. Okay. And it's maybe it's an important combat. And, I'm just making something up here. Like the players are trying to stop this ritual from going off, and the ritual is animating all the undead in the tomb, and they're starting to pour into the chamber, right? To overwhelm the party before they can, stop
Lollipop
the ritual.
Candy tip
Hey,
$3.
Lollipop, thank you.
Good luck having a nice player decide to go twice in a row, even though it would be appropriate when players control who gets the spotlight. A good GM can just have it happen.
Absolutely. Now, to be fair, you say that, and I understand, and I'm trying to put on my perspective hat here, Lolly. I play with great players. I play with players who want to. I've always said that I think the first responsibility that you have as a player is to make sure that other players are having a great time. And then the second priority is also take care of yourself. Right. And as long as you're doing that, then if you're playing with 3 or 4 other players, then you have 3 or 4 other people, including the GM, who are trying to make sure you're having a great time. And then, just as a backup, you're also taking care of yourself. But your first thought should be, is this a great moment for my character, or is this a great moment for other characters? And I think that that's totally fair and expectable. But as a player, as a GM, I think we have to take a certain amount of responsibility because we are that director. If we're in that scene that I was describing with the tomb and the ritual, okay, and the thing is right, like the undead have all awakened, okay, and they're trying to break in, and the guardian steps the fuck up, okay, and maybe the fight starts off right, like against a handful of undead, okay, and then you see the wave of undead coming, and they're heading for the causeway or the bridge of Khazad-dûm, or they're heading for the start to the altar. And the guardian says, go, finish the ritual. I've got this. And steps out into that, doorway or that archway or that hallway, right? Like Duncan Idaho in the first Dune movie, right? Which is not from the book, by the way. But, when he goes to fight the Sardaukar and he pops unstoppable, okay? Guess what? I'm going to spend some extra time with that character because that's a big character moment for that player. They've popped their once a day unstoppable ability. This is why they made this character, is to do cool shit like that. And you bet your ass that player is now probably going to get more turns, so to speak, than other people. He's going to get more screen time. Don't think of it as terms. Think of it as screen time. He's going to get more screen time than other players in this situation because this is his big bad moment. It's not yours, Hey, Zipperfist. I don't even know what the fuck that is. 1,000 bits. Cheers, Zipperfist. Thank you so much. I don't know that I've ever gotten bits before on a stream. That's cool. The fuck is a bit? Heyo. Zipperfest says, cheer 1,000. Derek, I know people have recommended that you write a TTRPG, but I respectfully disagree with them. Well, that we are in agreement. You should write the guide on how to play and run a TTRPG. You mean like Justin Alexander, like how to play the game or whatever it is, how to run the game or something like that? I thought that was a great book. Not perfect, but great. You fucked it up. All right. Well, I don't know. Something came in. I've never seen that before, so that's new to me, Zipperfest. I see something in Twitch. You did something right. Thank you. Hey, Aaron, thank you so much. Finally catching a stream live. About damn time. So stoked for Dagger Month. 1999. Oh, for $20. Oh, shit. Oh, I thought that was $1.99. Holy shit. Aaron, thank you so much for that. That is very, very hype. I'm very excited for that. And I'm glad that you're here live. I'm glad that you can get to join us. It's fun, exciting. You get to be part of the fun. Thank you so much for that super chat. I really, 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 really appreciate that. And with that, you guys have completed the super chat goal of showing your support for Dagger Weeks, ? Again, by the way, I did say Dagger Week concludes, ? Who knows? Roll for Combat says, you don't need to write a TTRPG. There are enough. And as with all things, Mr. Glicker is correct. There are never enough. Oh, there is definitely enough. I think we could use maybe 3 to 4 more TTRPGs. That's it, though. I think there's like 7 RPGs that I have kickstarted that are coming in like in the next couple of months. I do think my cottage core slice of life farming crafting sim idea could be good. So anyways, I think that the player, I think that the GM has this this cool responsibility. Now, another thing is this is a great way to highlight the frenetic pace of a combat and to really diffuse that whole idea or that feel that the players are in control. Because one of the things that you could do is, when the players kind of have the momentum, right? When the players are sort of turning the tide, when the players have a moment, if you think, in the fiction, to sort of briefly strategize for a moment, that's a great time to say, okay, the enemies are falling back. The Guardian, the door is held. The Guardian has pushed the undead hordes back into the tombs. All right, and they are breaking against his shield like the foaming waves against the break wall at the edge of the sea. All right, what do you all want to do next? And that's literally telling the players, like, you kind of won that beat. You sort of won that story beat. From a director's standpoint, this is the point in the movie where the camera whips over to the players, and maybe it's a mid tight shot, and it's the players kind of huddled, going like, all right, well, that's dealt with. What do we want to? What do we do next? Well, blah blah blah, and you kind of almost actually do have a brief little mini war council in the fiction, and then the players start taking actions, and the sort of the pace returns, because when you give the players the ability to sort of say, well, who wants to go? What do we do? It sucks the tension out. I'm going to do a Matt Mercer sound effect. All right. It sucks the tension right out of the room. It sucks the tension out of the encounter. And it's not PBTA at its greatest. So one of the advantages of playing without initiative is that the GM has this ability, this tool to sort of, whip pan the camera around and make hard cuts and frame back, and let's check in with this character, and let's get back to this character in this important moment, and let's cut over to this character at the other side. In fact, one of the things that you can even do with this is sort of set up simultaneity, which is something you have a hard time doing with turn-based initiative, because even though it's supposed to all happen at the same time, it clearly doesn't happen at the same time. But because it's a little bit more loosey-goosey with PBTA, especially if you're playing Theater of the Mind, you can kind of get away with that. Like the fighter may have just taken a turn where they charged across the battlefield, leapt into the air, and smashed the ogre's head in. But then when you cut back frame and go to the wizard, you could say, okay, wizard, the fighter is roaring and charging towards the ogre. What are you doing while he's doing that? Because maybe the fighter hits, maybe the fighter crit, right? So big moment, succeeds with hope, clears the stress. It's a great moment. They hit, they do a ton of damage, they kill the ogre, right? It's a big moment. And so now, instead of being like, okay, the ogre's dead, cut back to the wizard, we can cut back to the wizard like back in time a little bit. And so it gives us this sense of kind of like almost like the camera is cutting back and forth, back and forth, back and forth between the fighter and the wizard as that event is happening, even though the unfortunate limits of linear time prevent us from actually doing that. We can basically let the wizard's turn kind of play out while the fighter is taking their turn. And that's really cool. So I find that to be just an incredibly powerful tool. Now, full disclosure. It's not easy. It's not easy. It is way easier. So much easier to be like, all right, okay, fighter hit, ogre takes 35. All right, orc's going to go next. He's going to move up here. Okay, orc is going to swing, and orc misses. All right, who's next in the initiative order? All right, Wizard. Wizard, what are you doing? All right, Wizard, you're going to move over there. Okay, you're going to cast your spell. All right, Wizard, he passes a saving throw. Nothing happens. All right, who's next? Rogue. Rogue, you're up. Rogue, hello. Off your phone, buddy. Come on. That is easier to do. Full stop. Okay? The other thing, which is important from a director standpoint about running the game, is, hey, Dylan, thank you for another super chat again. All right, Dylan has something important to say. Something I felt like I should say. Anything that requires a roll should never be considered free, even if it doesn't cost hope or stress. My players learned fast that every roll was a potential for consequences, big or not. And Dylan, I completely agree with you. And not only do I completely agree with you, the game completely agrees with you. One of the things that's really important here is that if you're rolling the dice, the fiction must change. The situation must change. And I know this might sound terrible or foreign or weird, but there's a lot of situations when we're playing 5th edition where the player succeeds and they might even hit and they might even do hit point damage. But if you look at the battlefield and you look at the situation in the fiction, nothing has changed. Everybody's in the same spots. Everybody is still attacking. Everybody is still has the exact same capabilities that they had before that roll was made. Or vice versa. The fighter goes up, they swing, they miss. And you look at the battlefield before the fighter's turn and after the fighter's turn, and it looks completely the same. Now, sure, mechanically, the ogre lost hit points or they didn't lose hit points, but that doesn't really change anything in the fiction. And this is what is so important about running a good PBTA-style game, of which I consider Daggerheart to be, which is every roll, with hope, with fear, fail with hope, fail with fear, critical hit, should not just have the mechanical impact, but should also change the nature of the fiction. Okay? Let me give an example. If a player goes in and they hit the ogre and they do some damage and they succeed with hope, I'm not just going to describe the ogre as taking a severe wound, marking 3 hit points off, and then saying, okay, player, what do you do next? Because all I've done there is just update the hit point total. I haven't changed the fiction. Maybe the ogre falls back. Maybe the ogre's armor is shattered. Maybe his club is rent from his hand. Maybe the ogre dives forward. I spend a fear and he goes to strangle the fighter. Maybe, there's a million things that you could do, but the most important thing about it is it should look different. Because if it doesn't look different, what we get is and it looks more like a Final Fantasy JRPG where we're all lined up on one side, they're all lined up on one side, and the only thing that's happening is HP bars are going down. And that isn't very fiction forward. It's not very narrative, and it's kind of boring, quite frankly. Self-confessed cynic says, yeah, PBTA is awful. So Dylan, I completely agree with you, and I think that's huge. The other thing that I want to point out about the director's role is you get to avoid the failed fuck up situation. Okay? Because what I can do by controlling the fiction, if someone gets the spotlight, it's kind of an opportunity. Now, to be clear, I only have one exception for this. If someone, to what I'm about to say. But generally speaking, if someone goes in and they, let's say, fail, in a normal game, you failed and the situation doesn't really change. Most of the time when you fail in most games, the only thing that happened is you didn't do anything. I go to trip them. I fail. Okay, they're not tripped, which is they weren't tripped before. And I also didn't lose anything. I just tried to trip them and I didn't fail. Okay, so let's imagine a situation where a rogue character, right, is, he's darting across the battlefield and he's trying to get to this ogre and he wants to like take out his legs and bring the ogre down, hamstring him or something, cut his Achilles, bring him down, make him vulnerable. And the GM says, that sounds awesome, blah, blah, blah. And the player fails, fail with hope or something. Now, mechanically, the player has failed. so they didn't achieve what they wanted to do, which is fine. But in a D20 game, that was their turn. They moved, they tried to trip, essentially. They tried to narratively trip through the hamstring, and they failed, and now it's the next person's turn. And the rogue gets to wait until, 10 minutes, 15 minutes later when they get their turn again. And everyone goes, why didn't you just attack and do damage, right? But in this game, I have the ability for the rogue to fail, for the spotlight to go to me. And maybe I attack the rogue, maybe I attack somebody else, maybe I describe something else happening in the game. And then, because I'm the one in charge of the spotlight, I can flip it back right to the rogue. And I can kind of make sure that the rogue has a chance to redeem themselves. Now, there were consequences. The situation may have gotten worse. Monsters may have activated. They may have attacked. Reinforcements may have shown up. The wizard starts channeling dark energy. The ogre raises up his massive foot to crush the rogue. I could do a bunch of different things. But the situation is still fraught. But then, instead of it being the next person's turn, I can keep that spotlight on the rogue and give them that chance to redeem themselves. And I really like that. Because this does three things. One, it means no one ever feels like they wasted their turn. Two, it means that players are more incentivized to not just do the completely optimal damage, the best condition is dead thing. Because one of the reasons that you have this problem in most games is because you worry about your action economy. You're like, yeah, it'd be cool for my character to imagine a situation, right? Where this could have occurred through many things, right? But your fighters, fighting with the ogre or whatever like that, right? And, you're attacking, and then the ogre comes in and smashes, and, then it grabs your shield, it rips your shield off of your hand, throws it away, and then the ogre, punches you, you're stunned, you drop your sword to the ground, and the ogre picks you up with two hands and, picks you up and starts, squeezing you and bringing you into his face. A player now, so this is why I play PBTA games, because I think it would be awesome, right? Like, let's say this is your guardian character, your warrior character, right? They have a, you have a helmet on, and the ogre's holding you in his hand. He's crushing you, and as a player, you go, yeah, I headbutt the ogre in the face. I'm a big badass warrior. I've got my big helmet on, and I just smash him in the face. Now, in most D20 games, you would never do that for a variety of reasons, but the most important reason why you would never do that is because it would be a waste of your turn. You would have to wait till your turn. You would say, inevitably, you're like, well, the best thing I should do is try to break the grapple, or the best thing I should do is, I don't know, try to get to a weapon and use that, because why would I headbutt? It's probably not going to do as much damage as my sword. I would just not do this. But in a PBTA game, you can let people have these sort of minor character moments. I can describe you smashing, maybe you hit the ogre, you succeed with hope. It does a trivial amount of damage. I just mark a hit point. I describe the ogre's, nose breaks, shatters, blood issues forward. He drops you. He goes staggering back. You succeeded with hope. So I describe him dropping you. You scramble back, grab your sword, flip it around, and go, all right, let's dance. And now I give you the spotlight again. And now you go in and you do your big attack. You do your actual, quote unquote, real move. But you're not penalized. You're not punished for doing the cool thing. How many times have you watched a fantasy movie, whether it's like from the 80s or modern fantasy movies, and the guy with the sword is fighting somebody, maybe it's a duel or maybe it's a soldier, and they, their swords clash, and what does he do with his offhand? Bam! Punches him. Has that ever happened in your D20 game? Ever? And the answer is no. No, it has never happened. It happened in Lord of the Rings. It happened in Conan the Barbarian. It happened in every other fantasy movie. It happened in Willow, but it never happened in your D20 game, because no fighter, especially one who's wielding a sword, is going to waste one of their attacks, let alone their action, with a fist attack. Even though in the fiction, right, I described your sword goes in, it clashes with the enemy, you're going back and forth, I give you back to the spotlight, and then you go, boom, I come across with the cross right on his face. And I'm like, fuck yeah, you do. He goes staggering back. He's not dead, but he's unconscious and he's out. All right, cool, go back. And that's what I'm here for, That's how you create a visceral, feral, narrative game-like experience. Now, is it as tactical and gamey as a lot of our, 5-foot square type games? No. And I enjoy those games for the same reason that I also, enjoy a game like Warhammer the Old World. This is not a TTRPG. This is a miniature combat game, okay? And I get it. A lot of people play D&D secretly because they should be playing, I don't know, Mordheim or Necromunda or Kill Team or, Warma Hordes or something. But they don't, because they don't like those games, even though they play their RPGs like it's a fucking miniature war games, So, anyways, the power of this system and this style of play cannot easily be stated. It is tremendously powerful to create what I would call real, true, compelling narrative moments. Now here's the thing. Let me be honest with you. The one game I never got to play, but I remember reading a bat rep in an old copy of White Dwarf, was Gorka Morka. Now, I don't like cars, but there was something about wasteland mutant orcs, Mad Max styles, in a skirmish style vehicle car wars game, battling for teeth in a desolate wasteland world that just seems so awesome to me. And I remember I ate those battle reports up, and then of course, obviously, like all GW specialty games, it vanished like the dew in the morning. So shout out to Gorka Morka. Keith says, my 5e table should just play miniature skirmish game. Yeah, I mean, they even made, for 3rd edition D&D, they even made a skirmish game, like a competitive skirmish game. Tim, the Prodigal Sorcerer from our channel, Tim and I used to go to Gen Con, and we would enter tournaments where, we would bring an army, a war band of, I'm like, I've got my Cormyrean Purple Dragon Knight, and I've got, Kelvin Blackstaff, and 2 Flesh Golems, and a Lich Necromancer, or whatever, I got my army together, and guess what? Guess what rules it used? The rules for 3rd edition D&D, basically. It was a competitive, board game, or a competitive war game. And you played for victory points and battle kids and all this other stuff. We have thousands of those miniatures, Dr. Waits. And it was a lot of fun. And Tim and I played the shit out of it. It was a great game. They even there was even a red book for it called the Miniatures Handbook. Hey, look, GM Scott, a stream. That's right. We are here, GM Scott. We're kicking it. I have no idea what Gorka Morka got turned into, but Speed Freaks sounds right. There were some cool ones. The other thing that thing had, it introduced the sudden meta magic feats, which were really fun, and I really liked them a lot better than the normal meta magic feats. But that is neither here nor there. Point is, D&D, the combat rules for D&D, especially in 3rd edition, actually made for a pretty compelling little skirmish war game, to the point where there was a thriving tournament scene for them, and it was a lot of fun. This is not that game. So, I think it's a mistake to try to play it like that. So, Travis, thank you, Travis, for the $5. Kefka appreciates it. I haven't gotten to play the final form of Daggerheart yet, but I do believe it's, how do you want to do this, the game? Well, absolutely, because one of the things that you want to do here, more than anything, is collaborate at all times, especially during conflict. Derek, why would you say something so controversial and so bold? Because that's exactly what the game tells you to do. It says collaborate at all times, especially during combat, or especially during conflict. And that means setting up scenarios and letting your, and being open to new ideas and cool things and cool concepts and, all this other stuff. All right. This literally all started because of the final thing this thing that Vin said, which was, explain your difference. So this is the last thing I want to harp on. This is all, by the way, a rant, because when I opened up this PDF about Critical Role. Begin and end with the fiction. So if you've watched, which you may not have, so if you, GM Scott is saying that we've been doing this for a longer than a month now. So remember, hey, if you've supported us with your Prime sub, it might be time to support us with a Prime sub again. Yeah, GM Scott came in for 2 months. Thank you, GM Scott. Bardic Hospitality came in for 2 months. Loving Dagger Week. Thank you, Bardic Hospitality. I must have missed that, Bardic Hospitality. But GM Scott did do their renewal. Sorry, I missed you there, Bardic. There it is. Loving Dagger Week. Thank you, Bardic Hospitality. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. And remember, you too could be a Prime sub member, and it doesn't cost you anything. So I kind of want to say this one thing. If you've watched our Torchbearer games, you will see many times that players will say, in that game you can help, and players will say, Derek, I'm going to help with my laborer skill. And I said, that's great, but you have, please describe it to live. Okay, what are you doing? How are you doing it? I'd love, I'm totally on board with it. I think it'd be funny as hell. Just describe it to us, right? Let me see how you're doing that. Don't just say I help. So one of the things that you want to do here is begin and end with the fiction. I call it the mechanics sandwich, okay? You've got fiction, then mechanics, then fiction. And again, I know I'm harping about this, but it's just one of those things where it's like, hey, they're going to be the standard, that they're going to be doing. I saw a lot of instances where the Critical Role players did not begin or end with the fiction. It was just a mechanic. So, for example, I saw numerous instances where someone was going to take an action. And by the way, they didn't even know, they didn't know what the DC was. They didn't even know what the stakes of that action were. I think it was a presence roll. I'm not sure who was making it. It might have been Ashley. And, he reminded them rules. He says, hey, does anyone want to help her for 1 hope? And I think like Travis or something said, sure, I'll help. And I went, great. And I remember it was a situation where I don't exactly remember what the exact check was. It was a magic check. She was doing a magic check. She was using the Enrapture spell. That's what it was. She was using the Enrapture spell, and she didn't actually know mechanically what it did. She was mistaken, but that's fine. And this Travis's character, who is I think a seraph, is like, I'm helping. Okay, great, cool. That is totally a mechanic in the game. How are you helping? How are you helping? That's cool, but in order to be able, you can't not just push the button. That's the only thing that this means. As much as people complain about, D&D 4th edition was WoW. The thing is, just because you have a mechanic on your character sheet, just because there's a mechanic in the game, you are not entitled to use that mechanic unless you can describe it in the fiction. So I have plenty of hope. Yes, I can spend a hope. Yes, I can help a player and give them a D6 advantage die. But not if I can't make it make sense. If I can't describe how my seraph is helping Ashley cast an Enrapture spell, then it doesn't matter that I have hope. And it doesn't matter that the rules of the game say I can help. I can't. Because the fiction comes first. That is what it means to be a fiction-first game. It doesn't mean you get to make it up whenever you want. What it means is that the privilege of interfacing with the mechanics comes through the lens of interacting with the shared creative world and story that we are building together. And if you can't envision what your character is doing, then you cannot do it. Now, I'll allow a lot of techno babble. I'll even, if someone even makes a good faith effort, I'll usually give it to them because I'm not here to be a dick. All I'm asking is that you make an effort to try, and the key here is you want to avoid reaching, right? Where somebody's like really bending over backwards about some bullshit type thing. But yeah, I find that it is this component that makes role-playing games truly unique among all other gaming genres. Because at a certain fundamental level, when you look at the mechanics of a role-playing game, they really are just the mechanics to a board game, really, if you think about it. So the only difference is that in a board game, I am allowed to use the rules whenever. I don't have to justify that my character can buy Park Place. If I land on Park Place, I can buy Park Place. Okay? If I have three stone or 3 ore and 2 wheat, I can upgrade a settlement to a city in Catan. Right? I don't have to describe it. I don't have to make it real. What makes role-playing games interesting and fun is that you are forced to be creative. The challenge of the game, especially a game like this, isn't how good you can solve grid-based tactical combat. The challenge of a game like this is being creative and figuring out fun, cool ways to not only hype up your own character, but make it make sense in the fiction and get everybody on the same page and imagining some cool element about your character, right? So I haven't played Catan in a long time either, but you know, there's a part of me that will forever love Catan. So now, Grim Prism says, name 3 ways to help a wizard cast a spell without using magic yourself. And Grim Prison, I might say, that's tough. And a lot of people might just come up with some bullshit. And I might say, yeah, that doesn't help. You know? Now, there might be some certain circumstances where the fiction makes sense. Like, so for example, if, like Krim was saying, if in the fiction, the wizard is surrounded by a horde of zombies, okay, who are, you know, trying to pull at his robes and pull him down, and I am sort of jumping around and I'm holding them back, and I might say, like, cast it quickly, wizard, as I bashed off another head. And, by the way, just so you know, like, this is the way that my game would work. Let's assume for a moment that these zombies or whatever are minions. The Guardian describes, how he's there with the shield blocking the thing. I asked the Guardian to roll a d6. That's what you do when you help somebody. The Guardian rolls a 6. So not only do I give the wizard, obviously, the benefit of rolling a 6, but I promise you, I would totally kill a minion. Because the Guardian aided with a 6. Why? Because the fiction is more important than the mechanics. Right? And in the fiction, okay, he just gained savoir-faire. He just gained this, he went Super Saiyan. He rolled a 6 on his aid. And he was describing how he was bashing the undead back with his shield, giving the wizard room to cast his spell as energy coalesces. Remember, this is where I always do, cultural references. Like, remember that scene from the Wheel of Time season 1 before it got canceled, where like Moraine is casting her spell and her warder Lan is like spinning around her, keeping back the Trollocs, right? It's like that. My Guardian is everywhere, pushing undead back, bashing them aside with his shield and his mace. And I'm like, fuck yeah, you do. You roll a 6, and the wizard has plenty of time to gather extra energy because of the space that you clear for him. He's actually able to channel it, holding it, and then boom, he hits somebody with a head. And I'm like, one of the zombies' head goes sailing off, and the player goes, really? And I go, fuck yeah, and I take the miniature and I get rid of it. I was like, you're awesome, you're the Guardian. And somehow it's the wizard's turn, and the Guardian feels cool because he helped, and it was awesome. I mean, he did spend a hope for that, and he rolled a 6. I feel like the mechanics demand that I should reward him for how awesome he is. Now, I've been doing this a while. I know people are joking, but this is how you end up with, feed the wizard some grapes, okay. I think we can do better than that.
Scott tipped $62.
Oh, shit.
Crazy idea. Do tell.
GM Scott, I should have known that, see, here's the problem. The problem is this was a Saturday night stream, and that at a late Saturday night stream that we put on like super late. Like, I think I posted the thing at like 8 p.m. or something, the thumbnail. So I didn't think anybody was going to be here. So, but then GM Scott comes in here with his crazy ideas. So, GM Scott. All right. So, GM Scott, thank you for that. Definitely buying a flight on me, buddy, at Origins. You've been a prince, a scholar, and a saint, I should say. Well, I don't want to. I don't want to get anybody too excited, but I do have a lot of time now, and now that I'm not working, and I've really. So for those of you who don't know, we produced a very limited run of a monthly PDF, a zine. And it was pretty long. It was like 30 pages. It was called Battle Cry. And it was predominantly focused on Pathfinder 2. And we tried to include some other articles in there, but it was included on Pathfinder 2. At the time, this channel was very focused on Pathfinder 2. Pretty much exclusively. Now, we did two issues, and then we never got the third issue out. So Battle Cry 3 never came out. It became kind of a joke. Roll for Combat is so cute, pretty long, like 30 pages. Okay, listen, for us, it was really, really long. Also, to be clear, it was edited entirely by Smith, who used Markdown, who used the PF2 Markdown dress to make it all. Okay, so it was very inefficient. It has been on my to-do list for a while, and I have started, which is to learn how to use a proper publishing app like InDesign. Roman.
Bardic Hospital. Tipped $5. Yay, secret time. Thanks for Dagger Weeks.
Thank you, Roman. Thank you, Bardic Hospital. Thank you, by the way. Oh, thank you also, by the way, Omniscitoad for resubscribing with Prime. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Roman, for the tip. I really, really appreciate that. Yes, thank you for showing your support for the weeks and for the secrets. Thank you so much for that. So I have struggled with. So Six says Affinity is better. I'm sure Affinity is better. And it's also free. Well, you pay for it once. The problem is I am an Adobe slut. I have used Photoshop and Premiere Pro, and Audacity. I've used the Creative Suite forever, and I pay for the full Creative Suite. So I'm just an Adobe whore. So like. I should have probably learned how to use DaVinci Resolve. I probably should have learned how to use Affinity for photo editing. Maybe even Affinity Publisher, but I never did. So yeah. The other thing is that there's about, 22 trillion more tutorials for things like Adobe Premiere Pro than there is for DaVinci Resolve. And there's about 35,000 trillion more times thing for InDesign than there is for Affinity Publisher. I like the subscription sucks, and maybe someday I will get off of the Adobe infrastructure, but it is not this day. There may came an hour. There may came a time when the hour of wolves, when the world of men comes crashing down, but it is not this day. You think losing your job or something might change a man's mind? I mean, it's not cheap. I will agree that. Okay, so the other problem. Okay, now we're getting off on a tangent. Okay, I will say, Aaron, that Premiere has gotten a lot worse, and I don't do as much video editing as I used to. When I was first starting this channel, everything we did is a video. Now everything I do is a stream, so I don't use Premiere Pro like I used to. And the last couple of updates that I was using it for were just terrible. However, I will say that one of the things that you get with Adobe is they do release a lot of really cool new features. The problem with Affinity is, if you want the new version of Affinity, you have to buy Affinity again. And so if you buy a version of Affinity and they come out with a cool new version of Affinity, you're shit out of luck. So the nice thing about Photoshop, or the nice thing about Premiere Pro or whatever, is that when they come out with a new feature, and to be clear, Photoshop has been coming out with a lot of new features over the last couple of years, and I use them a lot, okay? Like I use content-aware fill and the background removal tools and all this, some of the AI type stuff. I use it all the time, and everyone I know who is even remotely in that space, and I still know a lot of people in the photography industry, they use it. Those are really cool features. So, yeah. Good stuff. So you get that with the Creative Cloud subscription that you don't get with Affinity. Okay. I mean, to be fair, Anon, I don't think anyone should trust a corporation, but short of, I don't know, living in the mountains, there's not a whole lot that we could do. So it's true. I'm not planning on programming or coding my own software, my own photo editing software. So, as I was saying, one of the things that we struggled with was just, obviously getting it published, and I'm not a very good writer in that regard because I didn't have a lot of time. But the problem that we had, that's okay. The problem that we had was that as the channel grew, it wasn't entirely sure what we would do a monthly zine about. Because we're not going to just talk about Pathfinder 2. That doesn't really apply to everybody in our Pathfinder 2 agreed. And what else do we want to do? What can we add that can really make the game different? And so I've been thinking about a way that I can continue to support Daggerheart without just making my channel endless streams about Daggerheart, because I don't want to do that. I want to do Daggerheart streams. I do. But I also still want to talk about the latest, coolest indie RPG and go back to my, 1,000 views. So, but as I was saying at the beginning of this stream, I believe that I have a certain responsibility, I guess, as sort of a influencer, even though I hate that term, and as someone who is really focused on this game to support this game. So what I want to do is try to produce a monthly PDF with new Daggerheart content included into it as part of our Patreon offering. And that way I can produce stuff for the channel that is Daggerheart driven without eating up all of the stream time with just talking about Daggerheart. So, this way, like, for example, I also want to do, everyone on this channel who's watched us for a long time knows that I really love dungeons, and I've done a lot of streams about dungeons. So that's kind of where, the whole idea of Project Shadowdeep came in, with me putting my money where my mouth was, which is, okay, go and make a mega dungeon, and maybe, I don't know, maybe play test it and kickstart it. Maybe it's something I get published. God knows I spend enough time with Stephen Glicker and the Roll for Combat folks so that's a cool way for me to do that without just endlessly doing streams about dungeons, right? Does that make sense? Because I don't want this channel to just be Daggerheart and Shadowdeep, vis-a-vis Shadowdark. I don't want that to be that. I like talking about, slug blasters, and I like talking about Mythic Bastion land, and I like talking about Ultraviolet Grasslands, So I like talking about those things, and I want those things to still be part of the game. But, and I'm just being real with you now, okay? I have a very weird situation, okay? Because for a channel my size, which is to say it's fairly small, even in the TTRPG space, I'm fairly small. There's a lot of, not when I say a lot, I get it. I'm in the upper 5%, okay? But, for people who are really, I would say seriously doing this and have actually managed to find some success, there's a lot of people out there who get, who have 50K subs, 70K subs, 100K subs, right? But I have a very, very, very outsized community support For my size, I have a ton of patrons. For my size, I get a lot of tips and I get a lot of super chats. And that has allowed me to even entertain this idea of being a full-time sort of content creator and producer. Because in any other situation, if I had 100,000 subs and I only made money off of YouTube, I don't even know if I could quit my job. I just don't think it could be done. So the way that you can break free of that a little bit is to, talk about more popular things. What does that mean? Well, mostly that means 5e. There's a couple people obviously who have managed to, carve out some pretty big successes. Ben Milton over at Questing Bee, Seth Skorkowski, Trevor from Me, Myself, and Die have managed to carve out their niches. But you will also note that Ben Milton has done Kickstarters and produces zines, and Trevor just produced a game and did a Kickstarter just this year with the Broken Empires. So my path, if you will, to potential financial to being in the black and not just being in the red, and just barely getting by, is I want to continue to do my channel the way that I want to do it, which is to say, I don't want to be priced into only streaming and talking about one game or two games. It's just not who I am as a player. It's not who I am as a GM, and it's not who I am as a YouTuber. I like talking about different games. I like talking about weird, esoteric, philosophical nonsense that I'm quite aware is very unmarketable to the wide audience. But I do like Daggerheart, and I do like Shadowdark, and I do like dungeons. So one of the ways that I can sort of entertain this is by doing something like maybe trying to produce a mega dungeon for Shadowdark and potentially, do a Kickstarter and maybe raise funds to try to get it published in real, real hardcover. Maybe with additional funding, we could get it converted to 5e and actually make some money. I'm trying to make up for my job, which was, paying me in it much, six-figure, I had a very nice job with a very nice benefits package, and my YouTube does not. So there's a lot to make up for that, and that's okay. So I'm doing the things that I want to do, but I want to honor the premise and promise of this channel and not just turn it into Knights of Last Dagger Shadow or whatever. So for Shadowdark, I like the idea of maybe making a mega dungeon. Because, people are making, for example, our friends at Roll for Combat are making their monster books and all this other stuff. There's classes galore, but, I think a cool mega dungeon is something that I personally believe in. And the fact that it is a successful game system is a nice icing on the cake, right? Like I could also create a mega dungeon for Torchbearer or for Free Market, but I don't think that has a real chance of doing anything, considering that, I think we might be the only YouTube channel that's ever talked about Free Market. Certainly, I'm probably the only person who ever talked about it who owns the actual box set, since apparently only 1,000 were made, according to Jared Sorensen. But secondarily, for Daggerheart, I think there's a lot of room for cool stuff that we could put into a monthly micro publication. Subclasses, monsters, magic items, classes, environments, campaign frames, potentially even new domains once we get access to the card creator. And we've also, some of my patrons and I have talked about ideas for, new systems that could be potentially viewed as modular systems, or maybe they're part of campaign frames. So it's almost like, if you remember 3rd edition, remember how you had templates? Remember templates from 3rd edition? Where you could like modify things. So like you could have like a template, like a campaign template rather than a campaign frame. So it's like a modular rule set that you can add to an existing rule set. Any case, I think there's a lot of it's a ripe ground to do some cool stuff with. And I have a lot of ideas. And rather than just endlessly talk about them on this channel, I thought, well, hey, maybe I can, you know, put my money where my mouth is and, you know, try to make something. So yeah, I think, that is something that I want to look into seriously to do basically. And there's a lot of homebrew options and a lot of other stuff. Another thing could be just me, you know, some of my things that I, you know, especially as I get more experience with the game, but there are certain things that I think work totally fine. I just think I'm like, oh, it'd be cool if it worked a little different. You know, I think it'd be cool if it worked a little different, you know, had a little bit of a different rule, had a little bit of a different feel to it. Not that I think the rule is problematic. I just, you know, I like my my style. So you know, optional rules, updates, you know, it maybe even variant cards, you know, like replacement cards. That way you don't have to replace the whole book, right? I'm just saying, hey, this is Derek's version. You know, it's like Taylor's version of a card. You know, Derek likes this power, but you know, hey, here's a different way you could play it. It's like an alternative mechanic, you know? Yeah. So things like rituals and friendship systems and mechanized bonds. And some of this stuff is just me being in love with other games and, you know, taking them and including them. Yeah, maybe there's an alternate druid or some alternate beast form rules if you find that those rules are problematic for that, you know. So, you know, an update to certain elements of the Splendor domain, potentially. Now, some of this, not all of it, but some of it is, you know, the requirement of it is I get a lot more experience with the game, both, you know, running it, obviously, but also just really getting a good and a better feel for it and how all the mechanics kind of interface and interact and getting a feel for what's missing and what's just something I, you know, feel differently about. And that means that, you know, I do need to play. So something I'll be probably trying to get going here in the next couple. Obviously, the summer's rough. I got Origins in a couple weeks, and then after that, I've got Gen Con, and now frickin' Glicker's trying to get me to go to PAX Prime. So, anyways, I figure this is a cool way that I can kind of have my cake and eat it too. I can produce some Daggerheart content, and we would still probably, I'm sure, do, you know, videos, and we would talk about Daggerheart on this channel. It would come up. There's no way it wouldn't. But, you know, the 2 weeks of Daggerheart coverage, you know, is not going to be something that I'm going to be able to maintain, or nor I want to maintain. And it's not because I don't like Daggerheart. It's because I do like RPGs. This channel was never intended to just be a monoculture. So also I have, you know, again, now I can't make any promises to printing anything. Number one, I have no experience with that. And number two, I have a problem with, you know, like the cost with that and getting it printed and tariffs and all that other stuff. Now, that being said, Zipperfist, that would be amazing. That'd be awesome. In fact, one of the things that would be really cool, Zipperfist, if this could actually become something that's cool, would be like, we make this as a PDF and we make some cool stuff. And then we do a Kickstarter and we say, hey, we actually want to get these cards printed and we actually want to get this stuff made, and people can actually order this stuff and have it done in a high quality style and using the, you know, trade dress and not, you know, violating any rules of the Daggerheart license or whatever. So yeah. Yeah. Todd, summer is always very busy for me in general, just because, like, my sister's a teacher, so she has off during the summer. So, like, that's usually when, if she, you know, she wants to, you know, go to Cedar Point, which is like a amusement park near us and stuff like that as well, you know. So she likes to go to that a couple times a summer. She always gets a pass, and she's like, "Oh, Derek, you should come with me." Blah blah blah. And now that I'm not working, she's like, "Hey, you're not working, I'm not working," and I'm like, "It doesn't quite work that way." But so yeah, it's just very busy. And then of course all the conventions, of course. To be clear, I would be working at PAX Prime, and also Roll for Combat has graciously agreed to provide me with a Gen Con badge in exchange for me spending some time working at their booth at Gen Con. So I'm also going to be kind of working, you know. So anyways, that's the big, that's the big crazy idea that I have, which is, sort of how can I serve this game without compromising the channel, Kalana says, finally finished the 6-hour Mega Dungeon Daggerheart stream. There are several. FYI, I was at the JP escape room too. They let the judges run it first. That is awesome. I'm glad you got to experience it. But yeah, Kalana, the twisted symbol of Avacyn is still hanging up in my FLGS because, again, I brought it home and I was like, I don't know what I'm going to do with it. I mean, it's cool. I'm not going to throw it away. And it was really nice of Gabby to give it to me. But yeah, it was pretty sweet. Yeah, that was pretty cool. And, with any luck, if we offer I mean, I saw people calling it Dagger Cry because that's the joke. Yeah, our existing zine was called Battle Cry. If we did a Dagger Cry as part of our Patreon, I'd like to think that we could get some extra signups, and that could be the thing that pushes me from barely sort of not quite getting by to, okay, like I'm actually making enough money to really continue to do this for the foreseeable future. So, which is fine. I mean, I would love for people to sign up for the Patreon for whatever reason that they want to do. In fact, when we did do our Battle Cry, I remember we had several people who signed up and then they quit the same day and they said, I only signed up to get your PDFs. And I said, okay, I mean, that's fine. I mean, if you're willing to pay the $10 or whatever, cool on you. So that is what I think I want to do, because not only because I think the game is cool, not only because I have an incredible community of really smart people that I can bounce ideas off of, that I can play with, that I can play test, that I can ask them to experiment with. What do they think? They can beat it up. They can push it up, especially if it's not getting printed either. Like, we could release it and ideally we'll try to, really think through some of the issues. And create something that's at least somewhat vetted or play tested. But if, a month or two down the line, people are like, oh, hey, Derek, this thing is completely busted. It's like, cool. Well, we'll update the PDF. We can try to do a lot of the house brewing and play testing on a wider audience before potentially a future state where we actually, do a Kickstarter or have the funds to actually get it printed and make cards and replacement and new subclass cards or new domain cards and new class cards, and people have had a chance to actually play with it. But yeah, I mean, between, like I said, between the ancestries and the communities and the campaign frames and the magic items and, the domains, the subclasses, the classes, additional cards for the current classes, or the current domains, I should say, there's just tons of options that you could just add to this game. And I think, it's easy to sprinkle a little bit here, a little bit there, and see what people want. And I think that could be a fun way to support the game and benefit from this incredible community that is Knights of Last Call Patreon. And, of course, all of you as well. And without, and now I get it. Some of my patrons may not give a shit about Daggerheart, and I have absolutely no problem with that. And when the publication comes out, they can just ignore it and go watch my first look on, I don't know, some new game from Free League or something, Now, to be fair, Diomedes, I have played it. I just haven't played it since the beta. So, but yes, I do. I need, like I said, I need to get some serious reps under my belt with this retail version. And so that means I'm going to be trying to look to play some more games and, maybe reaching out to some of the knights and seeing what they're doing and, tapping them and getting them involved and, see what we can put together, But Coley, I always want to call it Corleone. Coriolis, Great Dark, first look. I mean, we've done a Year Zero engines, to death. So, I don't know that we need to do another Year Zero engine game, but, well, Kalana, it's not sad. It's that there are so many games that I want to play, Like I don't know if we can see it here. Like it's next to Daggerheart, actually. All these books right here These are all the One Ring second edition books. And like, I really want to play the One Ring second edition. But it's like, oh, like, if I'm playing Daggerheart, if I'm trying to get like 2 or 3 Daggerheart games going, I can't, it's going to be tough for me to fit in a one shot or a One Ring game. And I want to play Fabula Ultima, and I want to play Mythic Bastion Land, and I want to play Avatar Legends, and I want to play, I'm already playing a Pathfinder 2 campaign. What else do I want to play? I would love to get Legend of the Five Rings back, but of course there's changes I want to make. And I think Dragonbane's cool, and I want to make Dragontide, and there's apparently a new Warhammer game coming out, and I'm going to want to play that. Did we ever do a Shadow Dark first look? No, not really, because it wouldn't be a first look, because I've run Shadow Dark, so it would hardly be a first look. Yes, I know he was talking about it, and it sounded awesome. He was talking about how cool the myths were for like the random encounters on the hex table results, and I was like, as soon as I read that, I was like, oh, that's going to be sweet. Dylan, we actually did a very long, comprehensive, maybe 2 or 3 streams about the deep cuts. In fact, I think we did it the day it released. So if you go onto our channel, you can see me reacting to it. Some of it I liked, and to be quite honest with you, some of it I disliked. So, does being a player in any of those games sound fun? I prefer to run. I like running games. There are very few games in which I would want to be a player. And yes, there's a new Warhammer coming out, Phil. It's from the people who make Warhammer Fantasy Role-Playing, but it is Warhammer, the Old World RPG. So they will have 2 Warhammer RPG games that are incompatible with each other. It is not a D100 system. It is a D10 dice pool system. That actually sounds pretty cool. Yeah, it's the dice pool one. That Dr. Waits, that is actually true. I did run it before I actually read the book. That is actually true. Yeah, Mythic Bastion Land, I was so impressed with that game. And again, I already knew I kind of liked Into the Odd, but it was kind of odd. And so Mythic Bastion Land was just such a good flavor, tone, and theme hit for me. It was a lot of fun. Sure. I mean, I've kind of don't believe in the Unicorn Holy Grail system, so I feel like I'm kind of forced into playing a bunch of different systems. You may redo entire swaths of Kingmaker a la Mythic Bastions. I think the outside of the rule system, which I think is fine, the hex system and the way that the myths interact with in the rules is very, very good, Kalana. Oh, you're right. There is Soulbound. You are right. Soulbound Fantasy Old World. You're right, Jorge. You're right. What's up, Lazarus Dark? Hello, buddy. Welcome. Laz says, got my physical Daggerheart today. Sick. I was on the fence until watching the VOD of your stream, so I figured you deserve a sales commission. Here you go. Freaking love these cards. I love physical game aids. And Lazarus Dark, so do I. I know, like, I let me say something here. I've been very defensive about being like, it is not a board game. Just because it has cards doesn't make it a card game. You don't need the cards. You could just write it on your character sheet. And I do mean that. But I love that it's like a board game, okay? Having the hand of cards and having the vault and the loadout, you could call it my tableau, and I'd be like, yes, because I love board games. I know we don't really show it that much, but this thing here, my all of my RPGs behind me, I have an even bigger collection of board games. Okay, like obviously board games take up a lot more real estate than a book, but I love board games. Okay, I love board games are great because they are designed to make it so that it's easy to play and you have everything at your fingertips. And good board game, like a good tableau or a good player board will tell you how the game works without even having you to read the rules, because the user experience, the user interface is so good that you don't have to learn how to play the game. The game is just, it's intuitive. Board games are master classes. And when a board game has a lot of friction with its interface, it's usually a bad board game. So, Todd, I fucking love that. I mean, I've used the same poker chips forever, but that's next level. And you know what? I love it. I love it. Vin hates every game. Ha ha ha. He just tolerates a few. I love how Vin has become the new me. Yes. We feed on your hatred, Vin.
I am strong. Strong. Strong.
Look, my reactions, if anything, are visceral. Is there anything Vin doesn't hate? Yeah, some crazy, weird combo of nobody really knows what simulationistism, gameism. Nobody's really quite sure what Vin really loves. Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 3rd edition was pretty cool. And I thought somebody said, like, would you ever talk about it? Would you ever do a deep dive on Genesis FFG Star Wars? Yeah, Lugs. I could see myself talking about it. We've never really, we could go, it's out of print, but we could do a deep dive on Warhammer, Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 3rd edition, which is kind of what introduced, right? Genesis system before it was Genesis, before even Star Wars, I think Warhammer 3rd edition was the thing. But it's a little much. My problem, well, we would get into that. TLDR, and I don't know if James Scott's here. My problem with Genesis is not with the dice pools, and it's not with the rolls. My problem with Genesis is the number of dice rolls that you are making, especially in their combat system. Okay, that's my problem. If you're making those rules, and you're just if you're just like making these really cool dice piles, and you're making really important rolls, not infrequently, okay, not like rarely, okay, but not every 2 to 3 minutes, like I feel like a roll should be a big deal, and we should be able to do a lot of storytelling with a single roll. If we're going to put that much effort into figuring out what stance we're in, and are we going to add the green passive stance, and we're going to add the red aggressive dice, and then we figure out our dice, our difficulty, and then here's our banes, and here's our boons, and here's our proficiency dice, and we do all of this, and then we roll the big pool, and we're looking for different symbols, and we've got successes, and we've got success pluses, and they're canceling out difficulty symbols, and here's a chaos star, but we got 2 boons, okay? If we do all of that, yeah, I am talking Warhammer 3rd edition. I know that better than I know Genesis. If we're doing all that, and that represents, an entire action sequence or an entire montage of our character, escaping the Imperial capital on horseback and outrunning the bad guys and escaping to make it out, before he's executed for being a treason or whatever like that. Or if that entire play that entire pool of dice represented a significant portion of a very important combat or a very important scene, I would be fine with that. I think that's awesome. That's a lot of storytelling, and you can use that dice to really add a lot of flavor and nuance and meaning to that combat. But if that represents like an attack roll, get the fuck out of here. Ain't nobody got time for that. So that's where it loses me. It loses me in the granularity of those dice rolls. If I'm going to be making making dice pools and dice rolls, then they've got to be bigger, than just a single swing of my sword, GM Scott, who has much more experience with Genesis than me, says, the way I ran Star Wars RPG, which also used this dice system, sort of, its own version of it, was that a combat would normally be resolved with 1 or maybe 2 dice rolls. And I could get behind that. I would even say 1 to 3 if it's an important enough combat. I'd be okay with that. That sounds much more appealing to me. That's the way I run Blades in the Dark, right? A combat in Blades in the Dark is typically going to be 1 or 2 group checks, Well, I got that one on fucking order too. You know, this is what I was talking about. I've got so many games on order, you know, that are coming in. I mean, there's some games that I've gotten the PDF for, obviously, but we've got 13th Age, second edition. We've got Broken Empires. We've got Daggerheart, which finally came out, of course. We've got I technically have DC 20 on lock. What else do I have here? The Broken Empires. I've got the Root expansion. Mythic Bastionland we've got in the PDF, but the print's still coming. There's a new superhero from the I always want to call them Three Blind Mice. I don't remember the name of them. From the Outgun people. We've got Draw Steel, of course. It's like, my God. Grimwild, we do have the PDF for that, but the print's coming soon. Draw Steel. I even backed this Castle Zagig thing. This is before I lost my job. That thing was $230. My God. Holy shit. Two Little Mice. Thank you for that. Hey, we had a super chat. Another one from Dylan. Dylan, thank you so much. I have the okay. There are very few regrets I have, but I do regret I find my lack of faith disturbing. I didn't believe, you know. I thought Daggerheart was going to be another flash in the pan, but I'm sad I did not get the collector's edition, and I'm also sad that I no longer have the kind of capital or funds to just throw the money around and say, like, fuck it, I'll pay $400, $500 to buy somebody's collector edition, limited edition. But anyway, I have the limited edition Daggerheart with the multicolored tokens, and I gave each player a color, and when they roll with fear, they have to give me one, so I know when I spend the fear, everyone who caused it. I love it. I love the idea of color coding the fear, and when you see that pile and you're like, this is all your fault, that is awesome. I absolutely love that. Honestly, I pre-ordered the full hardbacks for the MCDM game, and I haven't thought about that game forever. Neither have I. To be honest with you, I ordered the $135 version of MCDM RPG Draw Steel, $135, both Heroes and Monsters hardcovers, and I honestly haven't thought about the game in forever. I remember reading one of the and worse than that, I'm a freaking Matt Colville Patreon supporter, so I also technically have all like the extra behind the scenes stuff too, and I have not. I mean, there's so much going on. I just don't even remotely have the time for it. And then what am I on to DC 20? Where the hell is DC 20? Is DC 20 through Backer Kit? No. I got 13th Age. Oh, yeah, Stone Top. Forgot about that one. Where is DC 20? I thought DC 20 was through Kickstarter. Sorry, hold a sec here. Okay, yeah, all right. I got the hardcover rule. All right. I just said check. I was like, why? Jorge, I have a Daggerheart question, but I don't want to derail the conversation. I'll just drop it here. How do you usually handle sensing, spotting, or recalling information in a game like Daggerheart? The game seems to just have you roll for it, but that to me that feels off. Jorge, the question is basically, could there or should there or would there be consequences to it? If not, just kind of just tell them. I like for my players to know stuff most of the time, and I'm not really too concerned or worried about it. If it's just information so that they can actually figure stuff out and do stuff, I'm not going to have them roll for it. Now, if they're trying to, assess or gain additional information beyond and above what they would otherwise have, then perhaps, have them roll. But I would have it drive from whatever they're saying, or worst case scenario, like I said, don't roll and figure out, should there be a cost? If there's no cost, then we definitely shouldn't be rolling. I also still don't believe, but I'd be cool if people like it. I don't know which one you're talking about. It could be any game. Yeah, to be and you know what? I'm very aware. So this gets back to what I was talking about before too. Like, I feel I don't want to say responsibility, but you know, in case you haven't noticed, a fair number of people have made Daggerheart videos the last couple of weeks, and I'm sure they've done pretty well. And then some people had, you know, some hot, spicy takes, and you know, they didn't like the game. That's fine. There's nothing wrong. I don't like a lot of games, so I'm not going to criticize anyone for not liking this game, especially because this game is not trying to be the one game to rule them all, the one game to bind them, right? It is trying to be something very specific and to a certain extent niche, and that means it is going to be a 8 or a 9 or a 10 out of 10 for some people, and it's going to be a big fat 0 or 1 or 2 for a lot of other people. And that's okay. That's a good place, I think, for a game to be. But because of that, you know, I think that a lot of the quote unquote internet content for this game is going to dry up very quickly. And it's mostly going to consist of maybe some people trying to do actual plays and maybe doing them very badly. I don't know. So I feel like that's where I'm like, oh, well, I do like the game and I do have a channel and maybe I can help the game in some small way by being supportive of it. Philip, I'd like to see Outgunned first look. Well, we did Broken Compass before it got bought out and, you know, kind of got destroyed. So you can go and watch us here on YouTube, and you can watch us talk about Broken Compass, which is basically Outgunned before they like lost the licenses to do it, and it's basically the same exact game. It's a little different, but it's essentially the same game. And you know, you can check us out there. So this is actually live stream number 47, and we're on like number 300 and something today. So, anyways, cool. Jim Scott, I got the cheapest version of MCDM RPG that came with actual books, and even if I like that game, I won't regret the decision. However, I knew I would like Daggerheart, and I regret not getting the limiting edition. Yeah, especially coming from us, GM Scott. I mean, us? Come on. Like, it doesn't require much for us to drop money, you know, like, and get something that we actually care about. I don't know how we both missed that, you know? I asked for Daggerheart pre-order for Christmas. Hubby ordered the limited edition, and when it arrived, I was so geeked. Well, we don't all have Lyle, okay? Some of us aren't lucky enough to have Lyle, and I wish I did. I wish my husband had ordered me the limited edition, or that I had a husband or a wife. Actually, I kind of like being single, so. Yeah, I mean, DC-20, we'll crack this back here a little bit. Some people, you know, when Alan released DC-20, I thought it was a complete game, and I was like, props to you, man, or at least mostly a complete game, or like quasi-complete game. And I was like, cool. Like, I really respect it when creators like basically create the game and then they say, look, it's basically done. We just need to do a Kickstarter so I have the money to afford the printer and to do a big enough print run to justify the cost. And so I thought it was going to be like a real quick process, but it seems like there's been a lot of, I haven't kept up with it, obviously, but there seems like there's been a lot of continuing to get, work, yeah, Stone Top, very cool. Jeremy, why can't I think of Stone Top Jeremy? Is a knows his PPTA shit. Yes, I'm aware Gull is running that right now. DC-20 and Draw Steel launched at the height of WotC hate. They sure did, Todd. Meanwhile, I've totally invested in the PF2E remastered. Yeah, Todd, our campaign just got us started, and we've had, summer scheduling problems, and like our GM was out last Friday and was out this Friday, so we hadn't played, but we just kicked off a new PF2 campaign, and this will be our first PF2 campaign since the remaster. So I'm looking forward to getting a feel for how different the game feels. Also, again, I'm playing an intelligent nanite swarm Eldamon trainer, so there's that too. Aaron, I kind of hate the threat roll. That's like one of the things I actually hate. And then the things that I actually do like are kind of house rules that I've been using for like like a decade. I mean, again, one of the things that you can always do is if you feel like something shouldn't be free, but you don't want to waste time with a roll, one of the options that they give you for an action roll in this game is to do the action rolls. In fact, the first thing that you should ask yourself is, let the PCs guarantee success in exchange for a consequence. So that consequence could be anything from a stress, or it could just be something like this. You might allow them, for example, rather than rolling to see if a PC can jump from one roof to another, you might allow them to automatically succeed in exchange for being noticed by bystanders on the street beneath them. This is, in PBTA language, a soft move called tell them the consequences and ask. Or, tell them the consequences and ask. In other words, hey, you could do this for free, but it will cost you this. Now, a player might, this is what I call table talk negotiations. A player might say, no way, I don't want to be noticed. And then I'll say, okay, then make a finesse roll or make an agility roll to get across safely and without being noticed. And the player goes, cool, I want to make that roll. Or they might say, no, that's fine. I'll just jump across and be noticed. But you've put the onus on the player. And that, to me, is like, that's the kind of RPG I want to run. And that's the kind of RPG I want to play. So, great example here. But the spin-off of this is to say, if they're not happy with that, right? This is an offer. This isn't a commandment. It's an offer. Hey, you can do this, but this will happen. And the player says, yeah. And sometimes it might be, yep, you can do that. Sometimes the answer is yes, and here's what you want to do. But sometimes the GM could say, okay, you could do that, but this thing. And the player might say, I don't want that thing to happen. And I'm like, okay, well, in that case, we're going to involve the mechanics of the game. We're going to test one of your traits. How are you going to do this? And they say, well, in this case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait until the perfect time to leap across, so that way no one notices me. And I go, okay, sounds like you're rolling with instinct then. And the player goes, yeah, totally. I'm trying to time it just right. It's not about, I'm like, okay, cool. Make an instinct roll. We've established what your character's doing, right? We can kind of paint a picture. And then if you succeed, you jump across. If you fail, you jump across, but you get noticed. See? And I might get a fear, and I might get to spotlight somebody, and I might get to do something, that kind of thing. Sorry, I'm like really behind on the chat. I apologize. Even Maps and Meeples is a board game channel, made a Daggerheart video. One of the guys showed us his limited edition, which he spent his own money on. Very cool. Don Pokey. A fair number of those people are the top of the pyramid D&D creators. They're positive and negative opinions, regardless. I mean, yeah, some people have outsized influences. There's no doubt about that. I mean, Silent GM, I often talked before the remastered about how I wanted a Pathfinder 3rd edition. And I wanted them to like completely break with their D20 roots and kind of just be free to do their own thing. And they disagreed. They did the remaster. It's fine. But I would have happily gone with Pathfinder 3rd edition. Yeah, but the One Ring has song under strength, so I can't play it. Okay, like seriously though, like, all right, hold on a sec. This is it's Saturday night and I don't feel bad because it's a tangent. I even had, by the way, my I had my Wacom tablet ready to go, and we have not needed it, so it's kind of been disappointing. I thought we were gonna whiteboard it up. Sorry. Oops, sorry. I changed the I changed the scene. Okay. This is all because of something that Dr. Waite said. Believe it or not. All right. We are going to do a poll, which is totally random. I know, but it is. Okay. All right, here we go. Okay. The skill in question is song. The game only has 3 stats. Strength, which represents your body. Heart, which represents, your character's, not literally the strength of your cardiac system, but, your character's depth of empathy. And you have wits, which represents your mind, your mental acuity. Vote for which one you would put the song skill under. Roll for Combat says you got your money back from DC20 with that free meal. Oh, and Alan and I had a great conversation after dinner. We talked about the game. He was really excited for my takes on it. But yeah, I mean, I just thought the game would be done, And here come the votes. That's sweet. That's sweet. Jorge has another question. Discord has issues with these things. Maybe you could weigh in. How do you determine how hard a GM move, and when does it become an improvised fear move and not just a hard move? Jorge, there's really no right or wrong answer for that. I will say that if the move is very hard and follows from the fiction, that you probably don't need to necessarily spend any fear. But if you are sort of introducing something that's new to the equation, then and you really feel like you are sort of taking a certain amount of creative liberty with the situation, then I would spend the fear. And that's how I would kind of describe it, It's the hate, my friend. There is no right or wrong answer because it's awful and BS and also fuck PBTA. Now, Woodland Fellowship is correct because, of course, the courtesy skill belongs under heart and the riddle skill belongs under wits, which leaves the song skill under strength. Well, 39 people said heart, so apparently they feel like you sing with your heart, not with your body. Apparently they've never heard of singing from the diaphragm, I guess. All right, so Dr. Waits and others who also were uncomfortable with song being under strength in the One Ring, I guess you're vindicated. It still works totally fine for me, but you can see an argument for all 3 of them. All right, fair enough. By the way, for those of you who don't actually know what we're talking about, let's see. Let me download this here. I believe song is singing, not composing. Oh, I guess I already had this and I just didn't even know. All right, so this is a character sheet from the One Ring. You have 3 stats: strength, heart, and wits. Each stat has 1 of 6 skills, but the skills all sort of belong to a kind of category or group that goes from left to right. So, for example, the first row is sort of your social personality type skill. Like, how do you act in a social circumstances? So, awe, intimidation, overwhelming presence. That's that's the social skill of strength. Enhearten is the social skill of heart. Persuade is the social skill of wits. The next one is a movement skill. Athletics for strength, travel for heart, stealth for wits. Then sort of your perception skill, awareness, insight, scan. Next is sort of your survival or overland travel sort of thing. Hunting, healing, and exploring. And then the fifth one is what they call just the custom. They call it the miscellaneous one, the custom. But we get song, courtesy, and riddle. And I guess they decided song put it under there. Mateo says song is strength purely to fit the 6 of each. That's it. There you go. Song is used for composing during downtime actions as well as attempting to bolster the PCs during an adventure. The thing is, in Tolkien's Legendarium, there's this kind of like Nordic, there's this kind of like Nordic appeal. Like think about Boromir, right? Who's known for their powerful horn, right? Boromir, right? Who sings at his coronation? Aragorn. And of course, from chapter 5 of Return of the King, King Theoden, right? Arise, arise, riders of Theoden, fell deeds awake, fire and slaughter. Spears shall be shaken, shields shall be splintered, a sword day, a red day, ere the sun rises. Ride, ride now, ride to Gondor. And with that, he seized a great horn from Gulflath, his banner bearer, and he blew such a blast upon it that it burst asunder. And straightway all the horns in the host were lifted up in great music, and the blowing of the horns of Rohan in that hour was like the storm upon the plain and a thunder upon the mountainside. That's music in Lord of the Rings, right? It's badass warriors blowing a horn and that's music. So anyways, and by the way, to continue this, because it's the Ride of Rohan, right? Suddenly the king cried to Snowmane, and the horse sprang away. Behind him his banner flew in the wind, white horse upon a field of green, but ever he outpaced it. And after him thundered the knights of his house, but he was ever before them. Eomer rode there, the white horsetail on his helm floating in its speed, and the front of the first Eorid roared like a breaker foaming to the shore, but Theoden could not be overtaken. Fey he seemed, or the battle fury of his fathers ran like new fire within his veins, and he was borne upon Snowmane like a god of old, even as Arome the Great in the battle of the Valar when the world was young. His golden shield was uncovered, and lo, it shone like the image of the sun, and the grass flamed into green and the white feet of his steed. For morning came, morning, and a wind from the sea, and darkness was removed, and the hosts of Mordor wailed, and terror took them, and they fled, and they died, and the hoofs of wrath overtook them. And then all of the host of Rohan burst into song, and they sang as they slew, for the joy of battle was upon them, and the sound of their singing was fair and terrible as it came even into the city. So see, that's singing in Lord of the Rings. That is also one of my favorite passages from Lord of the Rings. And I have also heard that audio passage of Tolkien narrating that passage as well. And that is the reason why I said, that's why the reason when I read it now, because after I saw that a long time ago, is I said, I say, spears shall be shaken, spears shall be splintered, because that's the way he says it. He says it with that very highly accented, almost Nordic way of doing it. So yeah, there you go. That's singing Lord of the Rings, the riders of Rohan blowing on their horns, a great sound in the mountain, singing in the joy of battle as they slaughter the orcs and the wail of terror, Any case, Lord of the Rings is sweet. That's right. Plus, songs and music have straight ties to the righteous kind of music, i.e. Eru Iluvatar's great song of creation, also known as the Ainu Lindale. Well, actually, it is known as the Ainu Lindale, but yes. In fact, what created evil in the world but a discordant note, a discordant theme from Morgoth, then known as Melkor? For he wanted to create a theme of his own envisioning, and he didn't. we're being Tolkien nerds. Yes, that is accurate. Well, I'm always a Tolkien nerd. But anyways, I'm okay with song being in strength. All right. Melkor just forgot to tune his guitar. Right. All of this could have been avoided if Melkor had just, tuned his guitar. Actually, I've said this before. This is my personal. I don't know that I've ever really read this. I'm sure somebody else has espoused this online, so I'm hardly the first person who said this. But I believe that Melkor wanted to create because he was the closest in likeness to Eru. And it is in Eru's essential nature. All of the Ainur, both the Valar and the Maiar, were essentially, right, lesser shards of Eru's will and mind, and each of them understood a portion of the theme, and they understood a concept out of his mind, but never his whole mind. But Melkor was the greatest and strongest amongst them, and so I think in that way he was the most alike to Eru. And because of that, it was in his essential nature to want to create something of his own, just like his creator did. But the problem is that Melkor did not wield the flame imperishable. And because he could not breathe life ex nihilo, because he could not breathe life from nothingness, he had this inherent problem. His creator created him to want to create, but then also to be someone who follows the rules. So how do you do that? So it's kind of like he was sort of setting him up to be a failure. But also that could have been part of his great plan, because he says to Melkor at the end, he says, there is nothing that you can do that does not have its utmost source in me. For even as you believe that you are acting of your own will, this is all but part of my greater theme, which will be made, manifest to you. So there's kind of an idea that kind of really Eru was kind of responsible for evil in the world, not really Melkor. So, blessed be. Someone clip that rant. See, this is why we'll never be popular, right? Because of that. Wait, what's Vin talking about? Because we all know the designer and Derek is right, not the intuition of players. I don't know what we're talking about there. Okay, but Aule, okay, the smith, had two Maiar, who you may have heard of. One was called Sauron, okay, and the other one was called Kuramo, who you may know by his Istari name, Saruman. So both Maiar that kind of went bad, right? Sauron and Saruman were both Maya of Aule. So there's kind of clearly a theme here that wanting to make your own stuff in Tolkien's universe is kind of a bad thing, and you're supposed to just shut up and do what you're told. Maybe. Now it's funny that you mentioned that, Todd, because that was a whole major Act 2 subplot of one of our Blaze in the Dark campaigns, where the players formed a fake church in order to make money / get people willing to be killed so that they could farm their souls for drugs. Anyways. It's not a cult, I swear. It's true. I was talking about song being strength and contrasting with Mark Rosewater's literal number one. Is his rule number one about resonance? Because if it is, I mean, I will bow to the superiority of Mark Rosewater. Oh, number 3 is don't fight human nature. Okay. Wait a second. How is no. Because if we were by not fighting human nature, can you imagine? All right, just imagine that you looked at this character sheet and heart had 6 skills and wits had 6 skills and then strength only had 5 skills. You would lose your shit. That's fighting human nature. Human nature is you're like, no, they each need 6. They each need 1 from each row. They each need 6. You know, it's like Gristlebrand, right? The biggest mistake of all time. It's a 7/7 demon who for 7 life can draw 7 cards and costs 8 mana. Also, conveniently, 8 mana is 1 more mana than Allosaur Rider, and that's why Neobrand is so good right now. By the way, Kalana, are you still a judge? Like, are you still qualified to be a judge? If I could look it up on Google, but like, there's literally like a judge in the chat. So, oh, not for a long time. Okay, so here's my question: do modal double-faced cards that are lands and spells count as spells when they're in your deck? Or do they count as lands? Or do they count as both? I'm assuming they count as spells. Because I saw like a modern mono blue Belcher deck. And like it had like all of the. So I don't know. I have to watch some gameplay, but I assume that the Charbelcher must not count it. I don't know. In that case, I don't know how that mono blue Goblin Charbelcher deck works. Anyways. Are we talking about making non-D&D TRPG? No, we're just talking about, God knows what we're talking about now. This is the most off topic of the Dagger Week streams, which is also on Brentford. Well, it is Saturday night. Okay, things get a little bit out of pocket. The most important thing here to note is that I really do think that I think it'd be cool to create. I think it'd be really cool to create some Daggerheart stuff, and I think we have a cool community that's really excited about the game, and I think it's a fun way for me to, stretch my my Daggerheart yearnings without like overwhelming the channel with just constant Daggerheart videos. So, God, can you imagine? Remember when my channel did my channel did short content that was only 2 hours long? Those were the days, man. Feels like yesterday. Take care, Phil. It was good having you. Yeah, we're not going to be going too late. I just want to hang out with everybody. So, yeah, look, yeah, that was a short stream. Yeah, hashtag 2 hours short. Yeah, that's a KOLC short. Those rookie numbers. You got to pump those rookies up. Constitution has no skills in D&D, and that's why I don't think Constitution should be a stat. I'm okay with removing it. Hashtag, we don't need Constitution. Mostly because I really have a hard time imagining a character who is strong but has a low con. Has anyone ever made a character who had a really high strength but a low con? Like, what would that even be? or like a character with a really high con but a low strength. And you know what when people say a character with a high con and a low strength, you know what they usually tell me? They say a marathon runner. You know, like I don't know, like Kipchoge, or something like that, right? Like, I mean, yeah, I guess a bodybuilder who's literally all show, no, it's all show muscles, but that's not what your character is. Your character's a badass warrior, right? But this is a character with high strength and low con. A great stringer and Tor. Okay. Hey, strength represents con too. So I mean, I think a bodybuilder is probably the closest that we have. Somebody who's really strong but can't do cardio, I guess. Is that what it constitutes? But like, it's just attacks for hit points. I agree. Yeah. Mateo, that is 100% true. 100% true. So. Well, okay, but I'm saying specifically the two stats of strength and con. I just feel like those things are very, linked together, Well, if we look at what Daggerheart did, right? Daggerheart, they split dexterity into agility and finesse. And then they got rid of con. Instinct is wisdom, presence is charisma, knowledge is intelligence, strength is strength kind of presumably plus con, but you don't really have to make con checks that much. And then finesse and agility are sort of dex split, into two. Because dex was always just like used for almost everything, It could have been 5. And I think the only reason it wasn't 5 is because of D&D. I'm going to guess. I personally think 4 is great, or 3. Yeah, but the thing, Eric, is that that's true. But also, like, we always associate the athletic skill with strength, I mean, D&D attributes are an imperfect science, right? Like, I would say that Adamandra is pretty strong, but he's not strong in the way that we usually think of a character in D&D as being strong. I don't think of Adamandra in the same way that I think of like, Brian Shaw or something like that, No, skills only. That's a hot take. You could do that, I suppose. People like their stats, though. Personally, stats should have less weight than skills in a skill check. That's another interesting take. To be clear, I like getting rid of stats. And I like adding in approaches, right? Which is what Legend of the Five Rings does. So Legend of the Five Rings, the 5th edition from, not 5th edition like D&D, but the 5th edition from Fantasy Flight Games, now Edge Studios. The way it works is you have 5 rings: fire, water, earth, air, and void. But they don't represent a physical quality about your character. They don't represent how fast you are, how strong you are, how quick you are, how tough you are. They represent your ability to, like, fire represents your ability to be creative and inspirational and impressive and fierce. So you could make a diplomacy check with fire, but you could also make an athletics check with fire. You could make a combat check with fire. In fact, you can make any check in the game with fire if you're doing it with passion and intensity and creativity and drama, and drama. So every stat can be used for everything, which is because it's not a stat, It's a approach, which is what I really like. Any suggestions to learn Daggerheart? Oh, that's a great question. I mean, I'm willing to take suggestions from the audience. Man, it's tough because I mean, Matt's got his Get Your Sheet Together videos, which is great. I just worry because it's so easy. There's also the Sablewood, which is like a 40-page quick start. Here's what I worry about. I worry that a GM and even players are going to sit down to play this. They're going to read the quick start or they're going to watch the videos and they're going to go, oh, okay. And then they're going to sit down and they're going to play this game like they're playing D&D. And when they do that, the game will be terrible. And then they'll say, oh, Daggerheart's not for me. It's not good. And I would agree with you if you were playing it like that. So that's my only caveat. It's my only, concern. It's almost like I would rather have somebody who's never played an RPG run the game, after reading the rules, rather than someone who has a bunch of experience playing a traditionally, D20 trad 20. I do not know Mike Underwood. Who is Mike Underwood? Oh, he worked on the game. Okay, cool. Well, maybe that's pretty good then. Mike put out a video today about GMing, and it's the opposite of what Matt did. Okay. Well, that's kind of funny. That's what I'm afraid of, says Sultagon. I DM 7 times a week. Sultagon, how the fuck do you DM 7 times a week? So I am not sure how to get into Daggerheart. Well, I wish I had a way. This is like one of those things where it's like having a script would actually be helpful because I'd have to really sit down and sort of like, explain the fundamental issue. Oh, it's a full-time gig. Oh, you're like a professional DM? That's cool. How's that work? How's that go? Is it annoying? I don't know. It seems like that would be really annoying to me. I don't want to say I'm like a jerk when I GM because I'm not, but like I would be it would be weird for me to be like being paid. I'm not teaching Mercer anything. He's totally fine. I'm just saying like, here's the thing. Mercer ran that session like Mercer runs sessions, which is very well. And in a way that gets thousands and thousands and thousands of insane, rabid viewers and has made them millions, if not tens of millions of dollars. So Mercer did nothing wrong. I'm simply saying that I think that it wasn't necessarily the most instructional thing if you want to run a Daggerheart game the way that the Daggerheart system seems both designed and encouraging you to run a Daggerheart game. That's all I'm saying. Hey, Agile Monk, what's up? Daggerheart played like D&D will be an epic fail. It's completely different and must be handled specific to Daggerheart's approach. I mean, yeah, it's in my mind, it's a level up crunchy, PBTA game. It's what it really is. It's a PBTA game with, feats and powers and spells. Is what it really is. Daggerheart seems to not know what it wants to be, crunchy or theatrical. My fear is trying to split the baby like that is that it does neither well. Todd, that is a valid concern. A bit of an identity crisis. I think the bigger issue, Todd, is that most people want a fully crunchy game or they want a fully theatrical game. Very few people, in my experience, want to play a role-playing game. Right? Where it is a game about role playing. Not a game, and then you can also role play. Right? So it's not it is not just a role playing game. It's a game about role playing. It's the actual nature of the game is engaging with the role and engaging with the fiction. You know, and so for me personally, that's what I want. You know, I hear people like Brendan Lee Mulligan talk about like, well, that's why I don't need those rules because I can make that stuff up, and that's just so not me. Of course, I could do that. I could just make anything up I wanted to, but that's not a game to me. I'm here to play a game. That's why I don't like what I call FBT when it gets excessive, because now we're not playing a game. That's just us going around going like, well, when I was a young lad, it was things were different around here then. The blacksmith still was reputable, didn't have quite the reputation that he has now. And, back then the summer girls would come in and it would be... It's like, what are we doing? That's not a game. That's not a game. Now, it might be an experience. It might be an activity that you enjoy. But it's not a game. And I'm here to play games. I like games. I don't like activities. I like games. So, you know, that's what I'm here to do. When I want to play or when I want to engage with an activity, when I want to engage with a fun, activity, I play something like Fiasco. Okay. That's not really a game to me. It's more of an activity. Is this a game though with no fail state? It absolutely has a fail state, Eric. How is there no fail state? Would you say that TTRPG players are broadly divided between role players and war gamers? Well, let me be very clear about something here. Everyone's playing a role-playing game is a role player, in my personal opinion. Role-playing is not talking in character. Role-playing is playing the role of a character. If you're playing the fighter, you're playing a role. If you're not you, you're this person who is doing these things. Even if you don't think or talk or act like them, you're still playing that role. So you're always a role player. So if you mean like, is it divided between war gamers and, storytellers, theatrical people? Yeah, probably. I think. I don't know. I don't know what people want, actually. I'm not the usual person in terms of like the modern day, take on role playing games. I've read that article, Sweet Thread. I'm not a fan of most of what he said there. Not because that's his personal opinion, and I'm totally respect that. It's just that's not how I feel. Let me put it that way. David says FBT was the problem with the Critical Role game. The system didn't really matter, and that's not how I would play the game at the table with my group. I want to see a game done more like I would run it, and that's how I felt about it as well. Yeah. No, they're definitely not mutually exclusive. In fact, some of my favorite games, again, I take for granted that, not everybody's been around for all of our streams, but there's a reason why I like games that tell me how to feel with my character, because now it's a challenge. It's fun. Hey, my character goes in, I'm playing Avatar Legends, okay? I'm a waterbender. And my character goes in to talk to the mayor of the town. And I explain to them, just how important this is, that they have to believe us, that this threat is real. And if you don't do something, right, this village and everyone in it could die. And I make my check and I fail. And the GM says, the mayor laughs at you and says, well, we won't trust anyone from your tribe. You betrayed us. Your people betrayed us 50 years ago, and we haven't recovered from it since. Why would we ever listen to you now? And I say, and as a result of this, mark the angry condition. So now my character is angry. Now in Avatar Legends, being angry as a condition has mechanical effects. It's not just some random little thing that you put on your character. It's like being vulnerable in in Daggerheart, right? If you're vulnerable in Daggerheart, it means that your character is compromised in some way. It could be physically, like in a combat. Maybe you're prone or grappled or stunned or woozy. You're vulnerable. People get advantage to attack you. But it could also mean you're vulnerable in a sense of like emotionally vulnerable, maybe more in a social sense. But angry has a mechanical consequence in Avatar Legends. It affects your ability to do certain things. But more than that, my job, my challenge as a player, I didn't decide to make my character angry. The game did. Not even my GM. The game decided. But now the fun part for me is now it's like being an actor on stage or being an actor on a set. And the director or the script has given me notes. Hey, today you get to be, you're pissed off. And your job as a actor is to bring that to life. And that could be a creative challenge. I enjoy that creative challenge. And the game system is helping me, allowing me the opportunity to try to live that up and try to be that. And so rather than just making that up, I think that I enjoy that what the game is pushing me into that direction. Sure, I love Nox. I think that makes some amount of sense. I think that does make sense. I think that's correct. For sure. We do have a lot of narrative games. We do have a lot of crunchy combat games. The fact that Daggerheart hit right in the middle is at least a noble attempt. Mateo, I agree. And it's why I like the game, because I've played a lot of crunchy tactical games, and when new crunchy tactical games come out, I go, cool, another crunchy tactical game. And I have a lot of, narrative, all up in your character's feelings games. But here's something different. Here's one that tries, in theory, to do both. I wish I knew what the acronyms meant. FBT, PBTA. So FBT is my term for fluffy bullshit time. And it's what I use to describe when people are talking in character or role-playing, and it doesn't really mean anything. They're kind of just using it to, like, I don't know, to fill the scene, to add extra details. It doesn't really affect the plot. It doesn't really affect, you're not like if characters are talking in character about like how we're going to defeat the evil empire, or should we support this new emperor in his bid to overthrow the Senate because the Senate is corrupt. We could have that conversation in character. That doesn't mean it's fluffy bullshit time, because we're that's something of substance. Fluffy bullshit time is like, this ale brings me back to a different time and place, a time when things were quite different around here. Like that's FBT. Yes, non-mechanically supported roleplay, as we call it. Second, PBTA means powered by the apocalypse, and it is a term used to represent games that are spiritually inspired by a game called Apocalypse World, which is a game by Vincent and McGuay Baker, and it is considered to be a landmark game in the sort of narrative fiction forward, fiction first gaming space. It came out about 15, 16, 17 years ago. And a lot of games have come out that have been very highly inspired by this Apocalypse World game, and they became known as Powered by the Apocalypse, PBTA. That's what Apocalypse, PBTA means. Have I ever played Spencer's Alice is Missing? Is that the game that you play on your phones with the texting? I think so. If so, yes, I have. Well, we have an acronym we do have an acronym on our Discord. Yeah, I own that game. I think I own that game. I may own that game in the shrink wrap, because I played it and I was like, oh, this was fun, and I bought it, and I just haven't played it like in person since, because who meets up in person anymore, less than you'd think, Soltagon. Mostly we don't attract new people here, and we just kind of talk to the same 50 people over and over again. Anyways, it's a cool system. It's a cool game. People lose their mind though because it has like sex in it, and they're like, whoa. And they're like, hey, I will let you know I am totally fine with murdering an entire group of people, potentially even committing genocide, but I draw the line at sex. That's just inappropriate, and I don't want to be a part of it. Working on my sex moves. Correct. It's gross and icky. Meanwhile, all right, that's a critical hit. Roll on the critical hit table. Oh, God. His chest carves in. Blood spurts and explodes. Gore drips everywhere. You're like, I bathe in the power of his blood. Dark God, give me the strength. Vince says, fuck yeah. His spleen is totally in your mouth. Oh, God, no. But, a game like when you share a close, intimate moment with someone and you are alone together, both of you clear harm and describe what vulnerability you share with each other. And it's like, whoa, hey, I didn't think this was Pornhub the RPG, okay? Whoa. I did not sign up for this, okay? I accept my double standards wholeheartedly. Yeah, that's gross. Oh, man. Sweet Threat says, as a habitual murderer, I don't like it being minimized while sex is put on such a pedestal. See, look, Eric, I'm by the way, Eric, I am not judging you because I have played this game for a very long time. And I've actually played a game that's even quote unquote worse, which is called Monster Hearts, which many people know is probably my favorite RPG of all time. And it is very much the case that I would say 70 to 80% of people basically have a gut reaction of, oh God, no. So in fact, actually, I would say you lose like 50% of people just from PBTA full out, and then 30% more, 30 points more when you find out about the sex move. One of my weirdest moments of a role-playing game was Derek, a male, was playing a vampire female who was trying to seduce the barista in the local small Pacific Northwest town, also a female, played by a male. So there were two guys, each playing a girl, trying to seduce each other. So there was a lot of complicated mixed signaling there, you know. It was like, I'm like, well, okay, me and no one had a clue. That is correct. That was a good game. That's just the internet. That's just yeah, and of course, I'm not going to describe how I I don't know, give her the shocker or something like that. No, we're gonna fade. I mean, it depends on your group and what you're comfortable with. So it is a double catfish. That's actually completely correct. Catfish on catfish action. Yeah. So, Mark. Anyway, so yeah, we don't need some people, I would say 99% of people don't want or need the play-by-play, but that's just because, it's the game. But it's interesting because what would you do if someone showed up to play in your D&D group or your Pathfinder group and they said, I'm not comfortable with overt depictions of violence, violence or gore. Not just gore, but like violence. The blood, guts, people dying. It makes me very uncomfortable. Find a new group. GM Scott, here's this is like it's like Mark Ruffalo, right? GM Scott, you want to know my secret? I'm always demonetized. That's my secret. Derek, right? If somebody comes in and they have a problem with violence, boom, it's Wanderhome time. It's time for us to describe how we're going on a pastoral fantasy tabletop role-playing game, setting forth into a world of grassy fields, mossy shrines, herds of bumblebees, rabbits in sundresses, geckos with suspenders, starry night skies, and the most beautiful sunsets you could imagine. Where will we go? What will we see? We'll have to find out together. Will you join me? My green screen filter is on. Yes, it is. I'm just saying. I think it's funny how we're just completely acceptable. We're totally fine with inherent violence in the system, and not just violence in the system. I mean, there are some moves in there's a spell in Pathfinder 2 where it's like I think you're like your digestive system becomes like a snake, or like you vomit out your guts or something, and then your guts like attack people, or like there's another one where like you like mentally, you make someone mentally live over and over again, like their worst experiences. It's like super trauma. Like, I mean, it's some pretty fucking horrible shit. Yeah, thank you. Sweet Threat got it exactly right. Inside Ropes. Thank you, Sweet Threat. That's exactly the spell I was thinking of. Yeah, it sounds like an occult spell, something that a bard would do. Yes, exactly. So that sounds fun. Yeah, it's very interesting. I don't think safety tools are dumb, and I don't think they push a harmful mindset. I think it's fine. I think it's okay. Now, I will say that if you have 5 people who all want to have a Slaughterfest game, and you have one person who is not comfortable with that type of game, I don't think it's fair to assume that the other 5 people have to tone down the game. It just might be the wrong game for that person, and they should, go. But that's why we have session zeros, and that's why we discuss this stuff beforehand. But I also think that, we should be mindful of everybody's people. So. Yeah, I was about to say, I wonder if you had all EU players, I wonder how much they'd care. My guess is probably not. Sure. And as an example to that, Travis, like I'm not above a certain level of prudeness, Travis. I don't like horror films, and I don't really like gore and like body horror. And Shadows of the Demon Lord, it didn't offend me, but it certainly didn't interest me. I remember Ben from our Discord was describing some scene from a Call of Cthulhu, one of the famous ones. I don't know if it was like Masks of Nyarlathotep or something, or whatever. But it was like there was some scene where like a bunch of children were all like stitched together and melted in like almost like melted into wax and then like poured into like a weird abomination creature, a bunch of young kids. And I was like, yeah, I'm not like offended by that, but I don't want that. I don't need that, So, or like, don't fuck with pets or dogs. If you kill a dog in my game, I'm out. There are very few spells that I can imagine that I hate or dislike or just am completely baffled by than a spell like Inside Ropes. Nothing about that spell is interesting, cool, effective or in any way, shape, or form comes close to my vision of what heroic fantasy D20 adventure is about. And yet there's so much in Pathfinder 2 that just like has this like weird, edgy, culty, weird shit. I don't know where it came from, but it's there. And it's probably one of my bigger turnoffs for the game. Galarian is like 50% edge. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe it is. So, you know, it's all good there. It's all good there. Hey, yeah, Geek Puppet. Thank you for subscribing with Prime. I really appreciate you joining joining our little jamboree. Jake Online, I couldn't have said it better, Morth. I thought the Book of Vile Darkness was very cool when I was 13. And I didn't even think it was funny then. Instead, we just laughed about the Lich-loved feat, where you fucked enough undead that you gained like a bonus to your saving throws against like being paralyzed by a ghoul or being like, drained by a vampire because, you fucked a bunch of undead because you were Lich-loved was the name of the feat. Whoa, so edgy. Whoa. I do remember Book of... No, that's literally what the feat did. Let me see if I can find it. Wait 1 minute. I got it somewhere here. Here we go. Is that for 3rd edition or 3.5? I think it was actually for 3rd edition. Maybe it wasn't. It was for 3.5. Oh, it was for 3.5. Okay. You know it's a Saturday stream when the BOVD is being busted out. You sure do, buddy. You sure do. All right, here we go. Warning. This content is intended for mature audiences only. Okay. There it is. Lich-loved. Note this has the vile domain, or vile trait. By repeatedly committing perverted sex acts with the undead, the character gains dread powers. Prerequisite, an evil brand. Benefits, mindless undead see the character as an undead creature. Becoming more and more like an actual undead creature, he gains a +1 circumstance bonus on saving throws against mind-affecting effects, poison, sleep, paralysis, stunning, and disease. So there you go, necrophilia buffs. I mean, is it really necrophilia if they're undead? By the way, this is an official D&D product. I cannot stress this enough.
Lollipop Candy tip $3.
No, this is from
What
the...
do you think are the common mistakes for new players and GMs of Daggerheart, ones not mentioned in the book?
That's a good question, Lollipop. Thank you for the tip. No, this came out in the 2000s. Sick. Yeah, anyways, is a really messed up. Oh my God, it's boobies. Boobies in my D&D game. Wow. What's really funny is that the opposite of this book, which is called the Book of Exalted Deeds, had like the most busted thing ever, which was the Vow of Poverty. And like you could have a monk who is just like insanely powerful by not having magic items and like giving all their life away. Yeah. Anyways. Now, these are the evil spells, which you might be difficult to tell apart from just a list of Pathfinder 2 occult spells. But I love how everybody remembers Vow of Poverty. Oh, that was indeed busted. It sure was. I mean, honestly, a lot of this stuff now would just be an occult spell. in Pathfinder 2. So, actual question. So Lollipop said, what do you think are common mistakes for new players and GMs of Daggerheart, ones not specifically mentioned in the book? I think the biggest mistake is going to be not embracing and but, which is to say you should never just succeed and you should never just fail. The I gain a hope is not the bonus. You can gain a hope, but the situation should change, right? Success with hope should feel different than success with failure and should feel different than a critical success. So we're so used to thinking in terms of these binary results of you passed and you got what you wanted and there was no consequences, or you failed and you got nothing and there were no consequences other than that you failed. So I think that is probably like the hardest thing that's going to be for people to adapt to. And I think that's going to be it's going to be very simple and easy and it's going to be the default place. Good night, Aaron. It's good hanging out with you. Thank you again for the support. Appreciate having you here tonight. So especially since it was your first time being able to catch us live. That was awesome. So I think it's gonna be very easy for people to fall into their old habits and just getting into a place where you're just like, okay, you miss. Yeah. You miss, you gain hope because it was a failure with hope. You miss, you gain hope. Okay. My turn. The monster attacks you. Okay. Like it's going to be just very easy to fall into these old tropes instead of like stopping and being like, hey, what does this look like? Right. It's basically, I mean, I guess it is kind of in the book, but it's like starting and ending with the fiction, And I think that's going to be really, really important. The second thing, and again, I do think the book probably does talk about this a little bit, is understanding and managing soft versus hard moves. When should you set things up? When should you deliver on them and punish them? And part of that's just going to come down from something that I think a lot of people actually probably understand better than they think. And the reason why I actually have belief that people understand this better than they think is because they fudge. They already fudge. The reason why you're fudging is because you instinctively feel that this isn't right and the mechanics are failing you. And so it's kind of like using that same instinct to be like, this doesn't feel right. How do I get this play? Now, granted, remember, I hate fudging because it robs players of their agency. But my point is, the reason why people struggle with 5e is because 5e doesn't give them tools, or Pathfinder 2, doesn't give them tools to allow for this kind of ebb and flow, So that's the problem. Do I fudge? No, I never fudge. Sweet threat, ever. In fact, all of my dice rolls, even secret dice rolls, I roll all of my dice rolls in front of the screen. My players track my monster's hit points for me. They know the monster's AC. I usually let another player do most of the bookkeeping for my monsters. So it's almost actually impossible for me to fudge. I always tell people the DC. Like I always said, if your GM ever asks you to make a check and you don't know what it's about and they don't tell you what the DC is, chances are pretty good that they're fudging or they're cheating. Yeah. So everything I roll, I always roll out in front and I make sure that, that people know. That way there's no doubt in your mind, So, okay. Dylan says, GM Scott, I would love to see an example. What did GM Scott say? Can you give an example of failure with hope in combat? Yeah, sure. So, you got to think back. We got to think to Dungeon World. Okay. So let's go to Dungeon World here. I mean, I know what I would say, but I'm just going to Dungeon World so that we can kind of learn from other games. Not that this doesn't have that, but let's go to Dungeon World. Dungeon World, Dungeon World, Dungeon World. Where is my Dungeon World? Play sheets. Huh. Is this? No, this is Dungeon World Guide. Do I not have my Dungeon World PDF here? Huh. I don't know where my Dungeon World is. Okay. Well, I was going to say, well, okay. So one of the soft moves that you should think about. So when you fail with hope, the players did not succeed at their goal, but you can give them an opportunity with or without a cost. So that's the kind of way that I should think about it. Actually, now I'm like, oh shit, where's my dungeon? I'm like very mad about this. Like, I don't know why I don't have my Dungeon World in my PDF. Unless it's like spelled something stupid. No. Huh. I have One Shot World. I have World of Dungeons. I have Homebrew World. How do I not fucking have Dungeon World in my fucking PDF? I know I have Dungeon World in my PDFs. How do I not fucking have this? I'm sorry. This is like blowing my mind that like this isn't in my fucking. All right. Anyways, sorry. I got completely distracted there. So the players miss or, they fail, but you give them an opportunity. That's what I would do with hope. So for example, they block the blow. And remember, you always want to highlight too, like it wasn't that you sucked, it's that they were awesome, right? They block the blow, but you knock their shield aside, leaving an opening. Okay. So now that's in the fiction. In the fiction, the character's shield has been knocked aside. They failed, but maybe now there's an opening. Maybe it's something that you can act upon. Maybe it's something that somebody else can act upon. And the next time somebody describes it in the fiction, if they take advantage of that, cool. Gain advantage on your attack, on your next attack, because you're taking advantage of it. But again, you got to do it in the fiction, right? Maybe your strike misses, but in doing so, you expose a weakness that the monster has, or something that you can take advantage of in order to maybe deal more damage to it, or disrupt something, or something like that. I've used the example before. You could miss with your attack and disarm him. You could miss with his attack and shatter his shield. You could miss with your attack, but maybe you knock him prone. The force of the blow leaves him uninjured, but he is rocked to the ground and he becomes vulnerable. So there's a lot of different ways that you could say you failed, but you have this opportunity. So think of it as more of like you've created an opportunity for you or for your players or for your allies to sort of, put them into a spot. And again, hold on gently. When in doubt, make the monster vulnerable. Describe how he gets stunned by the blow. The blow reverberates off of the creature's thick armor, leaving him dazed but undamaged. I'm going to make him vulnerable. Cool. Like, I didn't hurt him, but he's vulnerable because he's, his head's ringing, So again, like that's one of the things. The other thing you could do is like positionally, tactically. Okay. Like for example, let's say the character is going into to attack to hold the ground. Okay, the player misses. They miss the attack, but they got with hope. So you describe how the creature that they're fighting calls in all the other all of his allies around him, and suddenly the other creatures begin swarming on your guardian. Guess what? that might sound like a bad thing, but that's what the player wanted. He wanted to be the focus of attention. He wanted to be surrounded. He wanted the people he wanted the creatures to peel off of the wizard and start heading for him, because you just failed. So that means I get to spotlight, but it's a fail with hope. So maybe when I spotlight an enemy, instead of continuing to attack the wizard, he leaves the wizard and comes over to attack you. Now that might sound like a weird thing for hope, but if that's what you're trying to do, then it feels like a success, you know? So like Black Retro says, I think that's said very well, Black Retro. Play into the fantasy of the players, you know? So yeah, you're right on the same page as me. If my guardian, I'll give you a great example. The ogre, right? And I had spotlighted the ogre. The ogre came over and starts wailing into the wizard. And the guardian comes over to basically say, like, you don't mess with my wizard pal. And you're the barbarian, the guardian comes over, he does an attack or something, uses something, and he misses, but he rolls with hope. So because he missed, he gets to mark a hope, but now the spotlight goes back to me as the GM. And I'm going to spotlight the ogre again. And I'm going to describe how the ogre stops attacking the wizard and turns on the guardian, who didn't hurt him. But it's one of those things where it's like the guardian comes up and cracks the ogre in the back, and it just does nothing. And, this sort of the ogre kind of turns around, almost looking annoyed, maybe with one big, thick, warty figure goes, and then just smashes into the guardian, right? Like, the guardian failed, but succeeded. So, no, you did not do damage with your attack, but, that's that no but you did get his attention. You did get his attention, right? So that's where you have to think of it. It's no, but you gain this opportunity. No, you gain this thing. So it's like, that's where I like to play with it. What would basically, it's like a consolation prize. You didn't do the thing that you were trying to do, but here's a little consolation prize. Here's something that you can take advantage of. Here's something that you should feel good about. You still help the party. You still change the dynamic of the adventure. You still put the enemy in a disadvantaged position, or yourself in an advantage position, or any number of things. And again, feel free to fuck with and or change and or whatever, anything, as long as, again, it fits in the fiction. Somebody said, well, monsters don't have armor slots. How would you represent the character's shield getting destroyed? I was like, I don't know. I would lower their evasion, make them easier to hit. Maybe lower their damage thresholds. The monster was 1530, cross him out. He's 1025 now. I don't know, and tell the players that, right? Start with the fiction, then tell them the mechanics, and then end with the fiction. That way they actually know what's going on. Is it the hope point an advantage? No. I think that is a mistake, and I think that is a problem that people are going to do more, I should say, too often, because they're going to go, oh, the advantage of the hope is that you gain hope. Oh, the disadvantage of the fear is that I gained fear. That, I think, is really, really boring. And I'm going to tell you why. Because it doesn't change the fiction. Gaining hope and gaining fear is a meta currency thing that doesn't work. It's in the background. It doesn't. Remember how I said before, that's the problem with hit points, is that you have this battle that's supposed to be dynamic and interesting, and somebody hits or misses, and somebody might take hit points or not take hit point damage, but it looks exactly the same. So that's the mistake. The mistake is every action should have that. Yes, Jorge. Every action should have those diegetic consequences. It should have what makes this game cool. What makes this game interesting is that you gain diegetic consequences, but you also gain mechanical consequences, which I think is really cool. Let's see here. Do we have something here? I don't remember where it is in the rule books. They actually describe how the game works. I don't know if it's in the GM section or if it's in the players section. Here we go. So here we go. They do kind of break this down a little bit here. So that's a failure with hope. So things don't go according to your plan, but you gain a hope. Here's what happened. Describe how the PC fails to get what they want and how the situation goes wrong as a result by introducing a minor complication or consequence as a GM move, right? Because as a failure, you put them into this position. You give them this new complication or this new consequence, right? Because you do get to make a GM move. You do get to put them into a nasty spot because they failed, and you still get to attack. But that should feel like the players still are gaining something, right? Now, Todd says, Daggerheart sounds like a mentally exhausting game to run as a GM if run as designed. I mean, Todd, maybe. I find counting squares and mapping out AoE patterns and stuff like that to be pretty mentally exhausting. I think it just depends on what you need to roll. Now, granted, Derek, you are absolutely right. This is why the GM doesn't roll in Forge in the Dark or Powered by the Apocalypse. I completely agree. But to be fair, the GM's rolls never generate fear or hope. And they really drive that home by having the GM roll a D20 instead of having the GM roll a 2D12, right? So. And I think they have, but yeah. Tangent, we never got to the point. You only said what happened on the fail, not the hope or fear. What do you mean? No, so wait. We described. So the Guardian succeeded. The Guardian came over to defend the wizard from the ogre. The Guardian failed with hope. So because he failed with hope, the ogre gets to take a turn. And the consequence for the Guardian is that the ogre turns and attacks. Oh, what the book says. Oh, sorry. Okay. Describe how the PCs fail to get what they want and how the situation goes wrong by introducing a complication or a consequence as a GM move. Maybe they spot a new danger. Maybe they face an attack. Or maybe they mark a stress from an enemy they engage with. Or face collateral damage that puts them in a more difficult position. And up here, they, by the way, describe as failure with hope is no but. Things don't go as planned, but there is hope. And I view hope as opportunity. Failure with fear. There's failure with fear, so it doesn't go well. I gain a fear, and here's what happened. Describe how things go wrong by introducing a major complication or consequence as a GM move. Maybe they receive bad news or information that puts them in immediate danger. They might become the focus of multiple adversaries. They might become separated from the party, or an important opportunity is lost for good. Another way to think of it is failure with hope is a very soft move. Failure with fear is a much harder move, right? So, for example, I might, if the same Guardian came over and attacked that ogre and the player failed with fear, right? I might immediately use the spotlight that I get on the ogre to sort of like say like, and at that point I might be a little bit more dismissive because you failed with fear. I'm allowed to make as hard of a move as I want. I might describe how like the ogre, laughs off your attack, pushes you back. You slide back, 10 feet from the ogre's casual shrug as the ogre continues its brutal assault. Guardian, you stand, your heart dropping in your chest as you see the massive beast raise up its two meaty fists and bring them smashing down into the wizard. And then I'd make my attack. So the key now, Eric, to be fair, I'm a little bit of a what's the word I'm looking for? PBTA specialist, I suppose, in the sense that I've played a lot of them. But so these are some of the GM moves that you might make. Okay. which is, lean on characters' goals to drive them to action. Reveal an unwelcome truth or unexpected danger. Shift the environment. Show the collateral damage. Make a move the players don't see. Signal an imminent off-screen threat. So these are all things that you could do when the players fail. Now, technically, you could use any of these GM moves when the player fails. Okay? You don't need a fail. You don't need a fear currency to do this. So there you go. That's the answer. But what kind of move I make is going to be decided by the type of failure. Was it failure with hope or was it failure with fear? If it's failure with fear, then I'm going to be harsher. If it's failure with hope, I'm going to be much more soft about it. And since I don't own Dungeon World anymore because it's not in my fucking PDF folder. So now I'm not saying that this is necessarily Daggerheart approved, but it's Daggerheart approved for me. Okay. So in Dungeon World, here are your GM moves. Okay. Use a monster, location, or danger move. I mean, that's the obvious. You just, the monster attacks. Reveal an unwelcome truth. Show signs of an approaching threat. Use up their resources. Turn their move back on them. Give them an opportunity that fits their class's ability. Show them a downside to their class, their race, or their equipment. Offer an opportunity with or without a cost. Put someone in a spot. Tell them the requirements or the consequences and ask. So it is in my DNA nature because of how I have run PBTA games for a long time that I instinctively sort of rely on these as my as sort of my go-tos. So, for example, as a move, I might give a player an opportunity. That might be my move that I make, even though the player failed. It's bad enough that they failed, and I got to add a fear point, right? I'm sorry, it's bad enough that they failed, but now I can use this to show them an upside to their class or race by giving them an opportunity, but I can also show them a downside to their class or race or their equipment. I can offer them an opportunity with or without a cost. I don't always have to be the bad guy. Now, I will say that when they say fail with fear, or when they, you do have a role to play, and one of that role is to make things challenging and tough for them, and maybe you should, kind of stick it to them a little bit. You don't want to be too soft, but you're not trying to beat them here. The heroes are the protagonists. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, for sure. Has anyone in the chat talked about the reason for the fear metacurrency exists? I think I spent over 2.5 hours in that one stream talking about fear metacurrencies. So. How does it work with monsters fighting monsters? Poor kid, I don't even think you would roll. I think you would just decide what would happen. It's not a simulationist game. Killing characters is why we do this, right? Well, I mean, maybe for some people, So anyways, we spent 2.5 hours talking about fear the other day, and I don't want to rehash it, but it solves an incredible number of problems that exist in a PBTA mindset. But you don't need fear metacurrency in order to make your monsters take moves. Remember, in this game, as with all other games, the GM should make a move when the players look to you to see what happens. When they give you a golden opportunity, when they roll with fear, when they fail. So, for example, when the players say, I raise my torch and I stare down the nearby hallway, what do I see? That is them passing the spotlight to you, the GM, and now you, the GM, will make a move. That is them looking to you to see what happens. And when they do, you get to make a GM move. And one of the things that one of your GM moves is show them how the world reacts, or reveal an unwelcome truth, or an unexpected danger. Now you might say, what the fuck is that? Isn't that just you describing the corridor? It sure is. Now they call it a GM move because it's a way of contextualizing the science of GMing, not just the art, and just figure it the fuck out, you'll be fine. It's a way of contextualizing what you do as a game master and putting constrictions, restrictions, and framework around it. So somebody asked, what is a golden opportunity? So a golden opportunity is a sort of a classic PBTA thing. It's when somebody gives you a perfect opportunity for an incredibly dramatic move, right? It's when they open up the chest that is a mimic, right? It's when you describe, right, how, the building is on fire and the fires are raging. And the player says, I don't care. I'm running in there anyways. Cool. You have given me a golden opportunity to make a move, and I might say, I'm going to deal some damage to you because you have given me a golden opportunity to seize that for a powerful, dramatic moment. I can describe how the fire burns and, the flames drive you back or something to that nature. So, yeah. But it's just basic GMing stuff, basically. The difference is the GM cannot make a move whenever they want to, Derek. That is technically not true. Not in like PBTA games. You make a move when, again, they fail a roll, they roll with fear, they do something that the world would respond to, they give you an opportunity, or they look to you to see what happens next. Technically, that is pretty much anything that they are doing. But like the GM should never just be like, and now orcs are attacking. Like, why did that happen? Did you, is that a golden opportunity? Did something happen there? Like, why did that happen? And if it comes from the fiction, then you're okay to do that, So. Todd, I think it's clear to say that Daggerheart is certainly not for you. That's okay. It's not a universal game. I don't think it is I don't think it's designed to be a universal game, and I don't think it's trying to be a universal game, which I think is good. I think it means that it's trying to carve out a niche and do that one thing pretty well, I am not sure this system is robust and might focus on making some players avoid doing anything and letting the group leaders do everything. So, I mean, I guess that could happen in any RPG game or any sort of collaborative game, right? Poor kid. I see what you're saying, poor kid. You're worried about. I'm curious, poor kid. Like, if you're not playing Shadow Dark and you're playing like 5e D&D or something like that, is that a problem? Like, do you need everybody to get a turn in 5e? I don't know the type of players that you play with or something like that. I mean, also to be fair, like in a game like this where like there's no skills. Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean the GM is obviously going to answer questions and talk to people. They're not literally just sitting there mum until until there's a silence. But the GM moves are basically examples of where you are taking control and moving the narrative in another direction. Because, you know, you have the authorial or directorial power to do so, you know. That's interesting that you say that. I don't really know that I agree with that, poor kid. This system, the focus is on the group leader. And you homebrew second edition AD&D. Very cool. I do miss the old AD&D second edition sometimes. I mean, are you talking about having like some like or do you play with like, don't take this the wrong way, but like, do you play with like assholes or something? Like, is there like some sort of like megalomaniacal, tyrannical, narcissistic, borderline personality disorder, like type person who's like a mega tyrant and like all the other players are afraid of them and they, you know, if they speak out of turn, they get smacked in the face or something like that? Like, I'm just trying to understand your situation a little bit. That is absolutely true, GM Scott. Literally, or basic D&D had somebody who was called the lead character, the leader, and they spoke on behalf of the party. So technically, actually, if anything, this is more old school. But there is no leader. There's no group leader. There's no lead character in the rules. Anybody can have the spotlight any time that it would be appropriate for them to do so. Well, when we played in the 90s, when I started playing D&D Basic in like 1990 or something like that, we had a caller. So we had a leader, as it was called, the party leader. And Todd, I mean, you say this game isn't for you, but it kind of sounds like it is, because you're very right here. You know, as a GM, I do think you have a responsibility to put the spotlight on players and find opportunities to find cool places where they can really show off their stuff. You know, not every player needs or wants to be in the spotlight 24/7. Some people are content to sit back, and they actually are more comfortable, you know, taking a somewhat more passive role. I think that's okay. Not everybody wants to be the main character. Some people are fine being a, you know, kind of a support character, right? Cam says we have a caller in OSE. Right. OSE is based off of basic D&D. So, well, I've read the book cover to cover and not sure what you mean by a complete game. The game is lacking a lot of things, but I think that's okay because the game has a pretty robust mechanical framework, and it gives a lot of leeway to the GMs to just sort of, you know, make stuff up, and that's okay because it's not like a extremely tightly insanely balanced game that it matters that you can just kind of go with the flow and YOLO, fuck it, we ball, and anything you make up is gonna, you know, work. I mean, here you have Soltagon, who's running 7 games a week as a professional dungeon master, and talks about how some people pay to be there, and they don't need the spotlight as much. You know, they just want to be part of the story. You know, I will say that I have encountered many times that there are people who don't want the spotlight, but I always have to kind of keep them in the corner of my eye, because there will come a time, maybe once, twice, 3 times a session, where they really want to make their presence known and they really want to do the big damn thing. And when that's that time, I tend to be very generous with the spotlight and make sure that they have that time to really have their moment in the sun. And I think that's okay. So But yeah, again, I think it'll be. We'll see. I mean, again, I started off with a rant about I don't know about Critical Role, but hopefully we get some people who are playing this game and finding it to be an advantage. Because again, as I've said this a million times, the system should not be a albatross around your neck. The system should be there to help you and your players achieve the kind of game experience that you want to have. If the system is not doing it, then get rid of the fucking system. Or the system isn't good for you. Drop it. If you have no problems with your 5e or PF2 game and it's just hitting all the right marks, that's awesome. You should definitely not change that. Now, I still think there's some advantage to be had in trying out, different locations. Like, for example, I know I love pad thai. It is, without a doubt, my favorite dish. But I still go to restaurants that aren't Thai restaurants sometimes because, I like to explore the space and try other cuisines. And, it's not literally the only thing I eat. But, I'm pretty convinced that set in my ways, it's my favorite food. I mean, you never know, though. You never know. So I think it's worth it to try out this vast array of games that we have in the hobby just to even see maybe there's something worth stealing or being inspired by. But if your game is working for you, you shouldn't change it just to change it. Pad CU is good, GM Scott, but Pad Thai is the best. And now I want Pad Thai again. I think Pad Thai 4th edition was the best. It's just something about it. It's so good. One of my life goals is to go to Thailand. I've never been. And I want to just just eat Thai food. Well, I guess it would all be Thai food, but just eat a lot of Thai food while in Thailand. But it is on my list. Can you cross Shadow Dark and Daggerheart, time torches, and seeding initiative with 2D12 engine? You know what, poor kid? That's the beautiful thing about TTRPGs. Anything is possible. I will say, the whole concept in Daggerheart is this idea of campaign frameworks, and you can kind of build not just not just settings, but mechanical interfaces. And maybe there's a you'd have to come up with a different name, right? We already used Umbra, so we'd have to call it something like something other than Shadow. Shade Black. It's trying to combine Shadow Dark and that and time torches and stuff. I mean, at that point, you're starting to get kind of into a Torchbearer game, really, because I was thinking about, Dagger Dark. Yeah, how did I miss that? Holy shit, I'm the worst. Shadowheart's pretty good, too. Isn't that the character from that game, Baldur's Gate? Shadowheart, Dagger Dark. Yeah, because I was going to say, what you could do is you could create countdown clocks, right, for your torches, and then they advance every time the characters roll with fear or something. And then I was like, wait a second, I'm starting to describe Torchbearer. Because that's that's kind of how Torchbearer works. So that'd be kind of cool. You could do it. Who knows? Maybe that's something we make. We make a dungeon crawling. I'm right. I'm just remaking Torchbearer, except with Muso anime, over the top, powerful things. Are the Pinkertons related to Shadowheart? Isn't Shadowheart owned by Larian Studios? Oh, I don't know that it would go particularly well. No, it would be called Torchheart. You keep your Daggerheart. This is the Torchheart. I will say I never made it, but I wanted to. I always wanted to make a. There was an attempt. It never really fully made it to publishing, but somebody tried to make a dungeon crawling Blades in the Dark hacked, and it was called Blades Against Darkness. Is what it was called. Instead of Blade in the Dark, it was called Blades Against Darkness or Blades Against the Dark or something. And I always wanted to make a dungeon crawling, and I didn't think it was done particularly well. It's okay, but it's undercooked and it's very half-baked, like maybe even quarter-baked. It was never really finished. But I wanted to make a proper one and really do it well, and I wanted to call it, instead of Blades in the Dark, I want to call it Torches in the Dark. And I always thought that would be a cool name for a dungeon crawling Forge in the Dark game. Torches in the Dark. I thought that would be cool. I'm attacking the darkness. That would be good too. That's actually like a good name for an indie game. I did kickstart Wicked once, which also means I got fucked because they never published it and stole my money. But no, I have not actually played Wicked once. So, Titty Torches in the Dark. So, Shadowheart is owned by WotC. Oh, interesting. Okay. I actually don't know what Shadowheart is, but Poor Kid, I think a lot. Well, I mean, if you count the beta Poor Kid, I mean, I have. I think a lot of people have. GM Scott, I think, has run a whole campaign and is already about to run another one. What's up, Rules Are Cool? Good to see you, buddy. I am Gallstaff, Sorcerer of Light. Well, you're Sorcerer of Light. Why did you have to cast Magic Missile against the darkness? Anyways, we actually played that whole skit on the stream. I don't know when, last week, 2 weeks ago. You're no longer rule of cool. Your rules are cool. I didn't even notice the difference. Where's the Mountain Dew? Fly by night, the Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew for you. Fly by night, the Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew for you. Anyways. All right. It's late. I gotta go. Hey, what an incredibly fun stream, guys and gals. This has been really, really cool, and I really, really appreciate all of you for stopping by and just being completely awesome and supporting the hell out of this. It's late, buddy. It's late. That's what's happening. You came back at the wrong time. We're quoting. Do I have to play? I'm not going to play it again. We literally did it the other day. It was on the thing. Rush is the best. Thank you, Tarek. Yeah, don't forget to like, subscribe, join our Patreon. So again, TLDR. This game's cool, but it may not be for you, and that's okay. I don't think Critical Role did the game justice, even if they did create an entertaining thing for their viewers, which is fine. I will say the patrons are going to have to vote on what we want to call the new attempt by Derek to actually create some Daggerheart content, some third party under the Daggerheart license. I got to read the license. I got to read a little bit more. Again, I got to get some games going so I can actually, have some, not just my theoretical concept from the time I played the game, like a year ago when it was in beta or whatever. So, I see some, obviously we got Dagger Cry, Battle Heart. I mean, that's fine. GM Scott. Thank you, GM Scott.
GM Scott tipped $5. Go to bed, Derek.
Right. I will, but I just want to give you my idea. You guys can tell me whether you like it or not. Thank you, GM Scott. That is, I will. So one of my ideas was to call it, the name of it, Duality or something like that. Because again, this is called the Duality dice, Duality system. So create like the name of the zine could be like Duality, and maybe something along those lines. And then we could have two sections in every zine. We could have a hope section where we would put player-facing stuff like classes and domains and subclasses. And then we could have a fear section where we put GM stuff like new monsters, like new environments, maybe magical items or something like that. So like each magazine could have basically like two parts. One part for players, one part for GMs, and we could call it Duality. So that was my idea that I had. So it seems like everybody likes it, so that's cool. James Scott says, "Ooh, that's nice. That's actually so cool." That rules. Duality sounds great. Take my money, please, JPEG. Awesome. All right, cool. I thought it was a cool idea. That's what I was going for. Knights of Last Duality or something. Mountain Duality. That's very good. For sure. So we'll play around with some ideas and stuff like that. I'll probably talk to Steven Glicker because obviously that guy's a publishing expert, master, Zen guru. And, I got him in my DMs, so I can hit him up. Good stuff. I think it'll be fun. And also, obviously, I'd love to work with people in our Patreon and stuff like that. And if people want to, maybe come up with some ideas and pitch them to me or whatever, we'll see what we can do. Maybe we can work on some stuff together or stuff like that. We'll work something out. I mean, I do want to, compensate people and stuff like that. Obviously, I can't pay you a living wage, but I can be like, hey, thank you, show you more appreciation than just a pat on the back and, maybe try to give you something or I don't know, a shirt or something, but we'll see. I think it'll be pretty cool. So yeah. Now, of course, also too, I don't want it, our battle cry was because it was run by Smith, it was like a 30 to 40 page zine. This will not be a 30 to 40 page scene. It would be much smaller than that. Something more manageable that I could actually manage. But hopefully. Poor Kid. I agree. I hope it's not a crash and burn system. It's been selling out. That's good. For its popularity. But as I said, Poor Kid, in my very first stream, I like this game. And I don't like anything that's popular. I like things that are good, but I rarely like things that are popular. So, it is unfortunate. Right. How many people though, Eric, are buying this just because it's, Critical Role? Or how many of these people are buying it because it's, Sunhawk? I don't know if that's too much. 24 starts to sound a little scary, but 12 and 12 is fucking money, son. Money. I think that's flat. So anyways, yes, a lot of people are buying this because it says Daggerheart on it, right? And I stressed this enough. I said this in my very first stream 2 weeks ago at the beginning of Daggerheart. This game did $9 or $10 million on Kickstarter, okay? And I've never seen a human being run this game, except for at conventions when they're being paid to do it. Because even though this game was really, 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 really popular on Kickstarter, some people bought this, number one, thinking it was 5e. I mean, that already they just assumed it's an RPG book, so it's 5e. They didn't understand that there was a difference between RPG and D&D. So a lot of people bought this because they thought it was going to be an RPG, a D&D. Second thing, people bought it and then they were like, wait a second, where are all the moves for exploding people and firebending? No, this game's about Avatar. This game's about balance and finding your way in a world that is complex and nothing is black and white, and you have to find your own path and figure out a way to manage between two conflicting principles that both guide your life. Anyways, no one ever plays this game. So will Daggerheart be the next Avatar Legends? I think this game is fucking amazing. I think it's a little bit complex for a PBTA game. In that way, it's kind of like Daggerheart, which in some ways is like a PBTA game. In some ways, that is very complex. So, in fact, it's kind of a conspiracy theory here, but it's these are both PBTA games in my estimation, and they both have the same number of ribbons, and they're almost exactly the same thickness. That is freaky. So, will it be Avatar Legends? I don't know. Conspiracy. I need to put X-Files on my soundboard. Anyways, I hope it's not. But Poor Kid, I do fear that. I do worry that it could be, or maybe it'll have some, it'll have some momentum and then it'll die off. We'll see. And that's what all of this was about. It was about me saying that Reddit post where someone said, will it be a heartbreaker or a game changer? Only we can make the difference. And I was like, well, look, if I could use my position to try to support this game in a fashion and maybe help contribute in some small part to its popularity, its success, its adoption by more groups than just a small number, then I'm willing to do that because I think it's really cool. So, If they're hoping for Critical Role at home, no, it will not still be that. Jorge, if they don't use it for Campaign 4, whew. At that point, it's not looking great. We'll see. I could be wrong, but yeah, we'll see. All right, folks. I'm going to grab some shot of sleep. Unfortunately, I have to spend time with my nephew tomorrow. And that is unfortunate. He graduated high school, so it's having like a party for him or dinner or something. He's a brat. But realize that even though the Daggerheart week is over, there still will be streams about the system, but we are going to, go back to some of our regular, systems. I thought you liked your nephews. I like my one nephew. I don't like my oldest nephew. He's Lollipop. That was like when he was like very young. I mean, I guess that was like probably like 4 or 5 years ago, but yes. Yes, that is the nephew. That is the nephew. That is the same nephew. Everyone who wants to play play with elemental powers will play a PF2 kineticist or play a elemental avatar from Battlezoo Eldamon, which is pretty sweet. He won't, poor kid. Yeah, look, he's not a bad kid. He's just, he doesn't like any of the things I like, and he's a Gen Alpha kid. He just is perennially online, and he's not a bad kid. He's not like evil or anything like that. He's just, we just don't have anything in common, and well, I mean, no, it's like I only have one sister. I'm not having kids, so the closest thing I have to kids are just the two of them. But yeah, GM Scott, I tried Lollipop. I really tried. I tried to get him into board game again. Okay. In fact, I hope he's watching because he can confirm this. This is when I knew he wasn't like a 10-year-old. He was like 14 or 15 or something like that. And I try to give gifts that are, inspirational, I suppose. And it was Christmas. And I came over Christmas morning and I had gifts wrapped for him. And at the time, he was really obsessed, or I think he still is obsessed, with Roblox. And I had several gifts. And to the clear eye, they were very clearly either board games and or books. And it was a combination of both, board games and books. And I could see him like eyeing them as I came over. And he was like, it's not too late to, return those and just get me Robux. And I right then and there, I just said, you know what? You're right. I am going to return these. And I didn't give him the gifts. And I didn't give him Robux either. So, and it wasn't it wasn't because of anything in particular. It was just because I was like, you are so unappreciative of everything that your parents are doing for you, that I'm trying to do, and, my dad, who obviously just passed away, my dad loved these kids growing up. He was a great grandfather to these kids. And then they turned 10 or 11 or 12 or whatever like that. And they just were like, money, please, money, please, money, please. I remember my sister told me that they were getting into Pokemon. Now, I played Magic the Gathering, and by the time I was playing Magic the Gathering, when Pokemon came out, I was like, oh, that's a kid's game, and I didn't play it. But obviously, in my game store, stuff like that, Pokemon's a big card game. And so my sister told me they were getting into Pokemon. So I was like, oh, okay. Well, I don't really like Pokemon, but I could maybe, get into this. So there was a guy at my store who played Magic, but I knew he played Pokemon. So I said, hey, can you teach me the rules of this game? I'll throw you like $40. Can you like build me a deck so I can go play my nephew in Pokemon? So I learned how to play Pokemon card game. He built me a deck. He had a bunch of cards and stuff like that. I wasn't gonna open up packs or anything like that. I was like, it doesn't have to be a powerful deck. You can use, cheap cards or whatever. Just put some stuff in there, something I could compete with. He puts together a deck for me. I learned the game. I go over to my nephews and I say, hey, I heard you were getting into Pokemon. I brought a deck over if you want to battle or play. And he was like, oh, I don't know how to play. And I went, oh, but I thought your mom said that you were like buying cards and packs. And he goes, yeah, I just like opening them and seeing if I can get a foil chase rare super hollow. They're going for like $20. They're going for like $50 on eBay. And I was like, oh, you just like gambling. Got it. Okay. Like, I was like, oh, well, I tried, I tried to engage with something that it seemed like you were interested in. And no, you just liked, I remember his parents ground him because he stole their credit card. There was some game. I don't know what game it is. I don't know video games. There was some video game that had like basically loot crates. It might've been Fortnite. I don't know if it had like loot boxes or I don't know what game it was. I think it might've been Fortnite. He stole his parents' credit card and he bought now he had quote unquote, he had the money, right? He had like $100 or something that my dad had given to him as like a present. And he stole but he wanted to buy the stuff on the game. And my sister said, absolutely not. You're not using, your grandfather's gift to buy stupid shit on that game. So then he stole their credit card and used it to buy a bunch of stuff and then said, well, I can't be in trouble. I have the money. And that's how money works. Again, is it a failure of society? Is it a failure of the kid? Like, who knows? I'm just saying, like, it's just not anyone that I can really, really jam with, Is this an Avatar Legends? Yes, Dr. Stevel, it absolutely is becoming that. So anyways, that's my interactions with him have not been very good. He also, again, he never, I was a straight A student in school and, valedictorian and all this other stuff. And like, he got, D's and F's and barely passed grades and had to repeat a grade. So it's like, I'm not saying that was his fault or anything like that, but it was just like, I just couldn't connect with him on an academic level. I couldn't connect with him on an emotional level. I couldn't connect with him on a social level. So there was like very little for us. He didn't like sports. He didn't like books, TV shows. He just liked, and the thing is too, is like, I didn't really know what like Roblox was or Roblox, but I understood it was just like a bunch of mini games that people make that other people go and play. So I was like, oh, well, maybe he really likes some sort of like game in Roblox that is like a first person shooter. And no, the games that he likes, the ones that he wanted to spend all his Robux on, were essentially virtual child casinos. And that's what he really liked. I remember my sister's like, oh, he loves going to the arcade. So I remember I took him to the arcade and I was like, oh, we'll play, I don't know, Tekken or the racing games or, whatever. No, all he wanted to play was the claw machine or, the spinny wheel, and it lands on something. So yeah, and what's crazy about it is I like gambling. I like going to Las Vegas, right? David, I refuse to. I mean, poor kid, he's 19. I mean, I'm not saying that that's not young. When you're 19, you're still, terrible. But David, I think I would be doing a great disservice by taking him to Vegas, because I think it would just destroy him. It would just break him, Luckily, he doesn't have any money, So it's not like he can't afford to be corrupted by him. But yeah, I think the worst thing I could do is take him to Las Vegas. King Hodop says, okay, this kid is older than me. The fuck is his problem? I don't know, man. It's ruin his life before it starts. And he doesn't have any aspirations, and he doesn't, his dad was a Marine. His dad was a Marine. So, he has that lineage in his family. But he has no interest in being a civil servant. He has no interest in service to his country. I mean, he doesn't even help my sister around the house. So again, it's my family. It's my, I don't have kids, and my sister, I only have one sister, and those are her two kids. And it's like, it's tough to be like, oh man, I just have nothing to communicate or connect with this kid on. So, and it wouldn't be so bad, but he's just very, he's very disrespectful, and he's very bratty, and he's very entitled at times. And again, I don't think it's his fault. Again, I don't think he's a bad person. Can I stress that? But I do still think it, yeah. This story makes me sad. I mean, it makes me sad, obviously. I haven't really talked about it on stream before, but I mean, obviously enough that Lollipop, you remember the story of the Mario Kart, but I love Knox says gambling is probably going to be Gen Alpha's epidemic. It's bad for everyone, obviously, but some really only seem to function when connected to a gambling dopamine feed. Yeah. Unfortunately, I have some friends who have some bad gambling problems. These aren't the people I go to Vegas with, believe it or not. Those people, in order to go to Vegas, you have to be able to actually can save some money, but it is sports gambling. That is ruining a lot of people. I don't do sports bet. I don't have DraftKings. The only time I make bets is when I'm in a casino. I would never do betting from my phone. I mean, it's more power to you if you do it, but but I think it's very dangerous for people who have even the slightest bit of a problem. I'll pass, poor kid. I mean, I've said before, right? TTRPGs are casinos, but they're free, basically, you can play for that. Right, exactly. Panic at the Dojo. Why does that name does sound familiar to me? Panic at the Dojo. The TTRPG for fighting game fans. Okay. Martial arts reigns supreme. All right. I'll check it out. By Liberi Gothica Games. Oh, physical sales temporarily disabled while the game is being updated. Okay, so I can't actually buy it because it's apparently they're not letting people buy the game because they are updating it. Okay. Oh, sick. Well, looks like maybe we have a game that we're going to look at. Cool. I mean, it's a platinum bestseller. I've not heard. I've heard of it. I just didn't know anything about it. Sweet. Yeah, we'll do a first look for Panic at the Dojo. I mean, after all, I'm a fan of Panic at the Disco. We got to get back to our 35 viewer streams anyways. Very cool. All right, I'll take a look at. There's also Fight 2nd Edition. Is it called Fight 2nd? Oh, it's called Fight 2nd Edition. Okay. Setting neutral. Yeah, but that one's more expensive. I'm just kidding. It's $20. The other one is $15. So many cool games out there. Very cool. I mean, part of the problem is that I am not an anime aficionado, so it's a little bit difficult. But Lollipop, no, I cannot just throw away money anymore. Unfortunately, it is unfortunate, and it makes me sad. Unfortunately. Wait a second. Let me see. What's my RPG credit at? Because whenever you use the Knights of Last Call affiliate link, I get 1%. All right, I got $20 in the account balance, so we could definitely do it. Sick. All right. Well, we'll get that teed up. So, thanks everybody for hanging out with me tonight. We have a huge list of people who threw support tonight. We had GM Scott, Lollipop Candy, Agile Monk, Dylan Hill, Lazarus Dark, Roman from Bardic Hospitality. We had Travis Elkins, Aaron, Dylan. Oh, Dylan again. Dylan tipped several times. Lollipop again. Jeffrey, Dr. Stevel, Jacob Online, and Self-Confessed Cynic all threw in their super chats and tips tonight. We also had a bunch of people on Twitch who threw us some Prime subs. Again, remember, you can do that every month. If you don't give it to us, you should give it to somebody, because you use it or lose it. And unfortunately, it does not automatically stay. You do have to give it back each month. So really appreciate that when you do that, because it's a couple bucks. And, hey, if 10 people give me a couple bucks, then I can go and get another PDF to do another first look or something like that. So... And this is fun. That's a true first look, because I really don't know anything about the game. So it's like a first look. It's like a 0th look. It's a session 0th look. But yeah, it'll be we'll get that queued up. So thanks everybody for hanging out with me on this Saturday night as I continue to sort of figure out my place in this world. Wow, I just had a very strong flashback to Michael W. Smith. Does anyone know Michael? Does anyone remember Michael W. Smith? He was a Christian rock musician. From like the 80s, like the 90s, I guess, more. But you hear that song, my place in this world, my place in this world. That's why I can't stream when it's late. I get loopy. Sketchosaurus, thank you for the stream. It helped passing the time in the ER. Ooh, it gave me a good distraction. Well, good luck, Sketchosaurus Rex. Hopefully you or whoever you are there with is okay. The ER is no fun, and I spent too much time there last year, and I definitely am okay not going back anytime soon. I do need to up my Twitch game, Lollipop Candy. Actually, I really do. Ooh, might be a bad gallbladder. Yikes. Not good. The bile is pretty nice. Well, hopefully they get that out or dealt with. I mean, if it's savable, right? They can antibiotics and save it. You don't have to just have it. Smendon. I mean, I did sing part of it the other day on RFC. The problem is, Smendon, I want to do it justice. I want to find a stem of the Pokemon theme without the thing, and I want to use that in order to actually have the real music. And then I want to do my singing, but I want to do some backup vocals, some layered harmonies. Throw in some, maybe throw in a little bit of auto tune. Keep the voice sounding fresh. I want to do a good job, I want to be something you'd be proud of to bust out at your next game of Battle Zoo Bestiary Eldmon. Ben's a busy man as well, so right, I can't just do it. I have to try to do it right, Like it's right. Like no one ever. He wants to be the very best. Like no one ever was. But that's the joke, right? Because in the song I say I want to be the very best, like everybody else. Because the idea is that, like, when you play these RPGs, everybody's like the best and everybody's the main character, and you're not special. Everybody gets to level 20 if they play long enough. I mean, because it's kind of also making fun of D20 and Pathfinder 2, Anyways, thanks everybody for hanging out. I don't know when I'll see you next. That's why you got to make sure that you're subscribed, that you have the bell rung, because sometimes we go live in the middle of the night on Saturdays, and sometimes we're live other times, but. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out with me. Thank you for listening to me vent there for a little bit. I appreciate that. And again, I look forward to seeing what this community is gonna do, and I'm happy to be part of the Daggerheart Osphere as a content creator, making videos and hopefully spreading the good word about this cool game that Darrington Press put out, because I think it's fun, and I'm looking forward to getting some more sessions under my belt, and I hope you are too. All right, everybody. I'll see you next time on Knights of Last Call. Good night. Peace.
Thank you.